It's all about the dwarves. Look at us go. Well, nothing's really going right now, but it will be. We're going to start today's Dwarven work session with some sort of housekeeping type Dwarven duties. There's a lot going on in this fortress that could be going on better, you might say. So we're actually going to leave it paused, and we're just going to do things to improve the lives of our Dwarven citizens. First thing we're going to do is start working on those beautiful bedrooms we've been promising them for oh so long. These dwarves have been sleeping in a single square for ages, and while they don't mind it, they don't exactly like it. So we're going to dig them out some better rooms, and to do that, we're going to just record a little pattern or macro and play it back a few times. So this is going to make us a whole bunch more bedrooms. We did that about 8 times, then it'll just go ahead and do it for us. So then the miners will happily come up and mine, dig out all these holes, and all these holes will become beautiful Dwarven 2x2 bedrooms. We're going to do something like that on the bottom floor too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that'll reach us up to that little break in the pathway where we need to move up a bit and do it more carefully. Or we can just kind of let it go, and then that's what we'll do. Let it go, and then we can fix the mistakes later. So that gives the dwarfies a little more space. Oops, went too far with that. But we'll clear out this little mistake here, and then this one. There we go. And then we'll repeat the macro, designating all to mine, and we'll do a couple more. And then these dwarves will have some rooms, and it looks like this poor dwarf here who occupies this room, we didn't really leave them space for their bedroom, so they're just going to be sort of ill-treated. They get to live in a not so nice little room for now. Yep, poor fellow. Let's see who it is. It's Ushir Mathalmuzish. That's some sort of fisher dwarf. Must be one of our newer immigrants. Because over time they'll stop considering themselves fisher dwarves and take up more useful professions. As you probably recall, we don't like our dwarves to fish too much, because we like to preserve the fishies. So we're going to mine here and make some more bedrooms. In fact, that positioning may be so far off that it needs to be redone, which is okay. We don't mind. We'll just clear that out and then do some happy little bedrooms. Indeed, there they are. And that one, should we make it a small room, or should we just not put a room there? Let's not put a room there. No more small bedrooms. Just one for legacy reasons. Historical reasons, you might say. Now we, this humble dwarf, should actually get the chat visible so that you good people can engage with us on the stream. So we're just going to go and do some stuff over there, find the chat, get it open, and already we have some chit-chat. Barbara's commented on the luxurious bedrooms. Indeed, they shall be luxurious. Each room equipped with its own chest and some other things too. It's hard to remember what all the things are that they're going to get, but they're going to be luxurious. We may actually delete this bottom bedroom just to make a sort of a pathway to put more rooms beside it, but now let's just make all the next set of rooms on the lower floor. So like this, and then we'll create a little macro because we actually have 11 new dwarves who joined us at the end of the last session, and they all need rooms. So we're going to create something like this. We're going to do a little macro here so we can repeat this Dwarven design a few times automatically. And that should do it. And then we hit Control R to stop recording, Control P to play it back. And look at that, we got 6 rooms. Let's make it 7, 8, 9, 10. And we'll add 2 more down here. 11 new dwarves, so 12 new rooms should be quite adequate. Do we have beds for them? Let's check the stocks. We probably don't. In fact, we'll just check it by attempting to build a bed. We have only 1 bed made, and do we have any beds in progress? Nope. So let's add an order for 11 new beds. 11 for 11 dwarves. We can also create all the furniture to go in their rooms. Now this is a little daunting. In fact, our carpenters will be super busy if we make them do all those new tables, chairs at once. Sometimes it's even better not to give the dwarves tables and chairs in their rooms, because then they go take their meals to the room instead of eating it in the nice dining room we have for them. So perhaps we won't do that just yet, but we will make some doors. We need 11 new doors for all these new rooms so they can have some privacy. Wooden door, we'll make 6 wood that is, and then we'll make some rock doors. We'll do 5 of those, that's 11. Perfect. So now that those dwarves are going to have rooms, we can move on to our next task. This is just a sort of fun little meaningless task that will make our fortress look a little more beautiful. As you can clearly see, out front of our fortress are all these ramps. They look like green up arrows or white up arrows. Those are ramps that lead up here, which is the floor above. So we don't really want all those ramps. It can be awkward if, say, a goblin is standing above the entrance and then they climb down the ramp. So we'd rather have them come in through sort of the mouth of the fortress cave here. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to go ahead and clear those ramps. And this humble dwarf sees that Barbara has asked if we have the furniture ready. It's perhaps been answered, but the answer is no. We do not have furniture ready for all those bedrooms. It's going to have to be made. We will equip them each with a chest at least, so that they can feel like they all have some place to store their possessions. Dwarves can indulge their dwarven desire for stuff, for owning stuff. And that might make them a little happier, maybe, if we're lucky. Another thing that we had going from last time is this farmer guild. It's not quite completed yet. See, once you make a guild, they're going to want their guild to be fancy. And the dwarves don't really care how you make it fancy. They just need it to be fancy. So we're going to install a very valuable item in this area, and that item is going to be a weapon trap. So if any enemies crawl into this trap, they will be cut apart by large serrated copper discs. And you may have noticed we don't actually have mechanisms yet, as it was telling us we need them. That would be because we have not completed this task yet. It was assigned at the end of our previous session. So the rock mechanisms need to be made, and then we can use those mechanisms to build us a beautiful, shining weapon trap. It'll be hidden to any invaders, but our dwarves will know it's there, and they'll know that they're special because they have such a lovely weapon trap. And that's just how it is. So we're kind of looking to see if anybody is currently making those mechanisms. It does not look like they are just yet. Let's let them run around for a minute. That's fine. Dwarves can run back and forth and go about their business, while this humble dwarf, the overseer, will check who is the mechanic. And the answer to that, only 1 dwarf is enabled in mechanics at the moment, and that's our favorite friend Moldath Dakostulon. Moldath is deep in a meditation on death. That's probably related to some sort of fascination with the dwarven god Vukar, our god of deity, we should say, of death and rebirth. Vukar is typically depicted as a skeletal dwarf. We like to think that Vukar watches over us in case we die and may help us to be reborn into the next life. Otherwise, it could be the much less attractive form of rebirth, which would be something like coming back as a zombie. Hopefully it's not that one. In that case, Vukar wouldn't be so friendly after all. Now we're going to continue our tasks, and one of those is to assign all the new dwarves who were set as fisher dwarves. We don't want them fishing, as mentioned, so we're going to jump over to our dwarf therapist, as you can see, And we're going to just look at who is a fisherman, fisher dwarf. Looks like all these ones are disabled because they're light blue, but there's one here that's still set to fishing. Dodok Ablelbatan, High Master Fisherman. So, or not Dodok, but Delair Ablelbatan. No doubt Delair would quickly run all the fishies out of the swamp. So, good thing we stopped that. And we'll go back over to Dwarf Fortress proper so that we can re-examine what's going on in the game. We should also do a similar process to stop all the trappers trapping, because we just don't really need them trapping. So this humble dwarf, your overseer, will head over into Dwarf Therapist and just uncheck all the trappers. You don't need to see that, but they were blue. Now they are not blue, all those squares, except for Zuglar Bungekber. Zuglar Bungekber, our performer, is also our trapper extraordinaire. We're going to start letting them trap again. Zuglar is in fact getting pretty good at trapping. Now you may remember from last time that trapping is something we were doing to get rid of vermin, because we are unusually short on cats. Typically cats would catch all the vermins for us, all the lice, ticks, etc. As you can see, this room is still swarming with them. Worm, louse, worm, slug, yeah, they're there. So until we get a proper trapper, that is, until we get a proper cat, we have to rely on trappers. And luckily, this humble dwarf has done their research and found how to set a burrow to a particular dwarf. So the way we do this is we assign the dwarf to the burrow with the C key after looking at the burrows here. So we're going to add the citizen to the burrow, and which citizen? That will be Zuglar. What was their name? Zuglar Bungekber. So we need Zuglar. There he is. Zuglar has been assigned to this burrow. So now Zuglar is going to do all his work inside this burrow. And that actually includes sleeping. So we need to make sure the burrow includes Zuglar's bedroom. So we'll go back into defining the burrow, and we will add some area to it so it includes Zuglar's bedroom and all the bedrooms, just to make it easier. And we'll expand it to cover a large area back here. So Zuglar is basically allowed to do work in any of these areas, just not outside. The reason we're doing this is because Zuglar, the clever little trapper, kept running outside and trapping hamsters and other wild animals and bringing them inside where they would not out of the cage and escape. So no more of that. But they can go down here. They don't need to go any farther than this, really. So we'll just leave that. That's the burrow. This is a vermin trapping burrow. As you can see at the top right of your screen, it says vermin trapping. That's the name of the burrow. And it's assigned to Zuglar. Look at that. Where's Zuglar? We're just going to look at it to totally confirm. There's Zuglar. Their name's in green. Zuglar, trapper extraordinaire, has a burrow. Will no longer trap things outside. So we can now reset things to capture live land animals, aka catch all the vermin, and it should work. We should no longer get messages from vermin escaping from cages outside. They may still escape from cages inside, however, which could be annoying. So what we should do, in addition to that, is create a dump. Now this humble dwarf is not so experienced with dwarven dumping, and this may take some effort to figure out how do ye make ye dump. If anybody happens to be watching and listening and tells us how to make a dump, that would be appreciated. But we can certainly figure it out on our own. Oh yes, it's I for a dumping area. And then we just put something like a little area. We'll put it near our refuse pile. Just like that, 9 squares. We'll really only have 3 things to dump, so we'll name it the useless wooden traps. And then we'll make this a dump, D for garbage dump. There you go, we now have a dump. So if we can just find those 3 useless wooden traps, we can then set them to be dumped. Aha, a high wood animal trap. Utterly useless, D for dump. Now it was set to go and get dumped in the pile, and with any luck, Zuglar will stop picking up that trap, trapping hamsters in it or rats and letting them repeatedly gnaw their way out. Instead, Zuglar will use our beautiful copper traps, which gnawing vermin are unable to escape. So you can see we have a copper animal trap right here, and there's something in it. You can tell there's something in it because it's flashing. That little up arrow pointing triangle thingy is a trap, and then when it flashes to a little dot, that's a vermin. So we can look and see inside this, there's a tame two-legged rhino lizard. Yeah, we tamed it. Over here, there's another copper animal trap which is flashing. It's got a rat. What's this one have? Another rhino lizard, a hamster. So if we wanted, our dwarves could take these creatures as pets, but we don't really care about doing that, so we're not going to bother. Although they may enjoy having pets, it's really not that important. So we're going to just leave off the pets for now, and then the way we're going to find the other two evil wooden animal traps is we're just going to wait until somebody traps something in them, and then it'll say it's gnawed its way out, hamster, rat, whatever it may be, and then we'll just dump that trap because it'll tell us where it is. So that should solve the problem of things being repeatedly, problematically gnawed out of. Animals gnawing their way out of traps, that is. Some other stuff we better do since achieving some new migrants. That's a strange word for it, but the new migrants have arrived, and some of them brought animals with them. So we better get all those animals pastured so they don't starve to death, literally. Bunnies will starve to death without a pasture. And calvy pups probably will also starve to death. Yeah, calves certainly would. Llamas would. Keats will not starve to death. So the Keats, which are guinea fowl, baby guinea fowl, can go into this indoor animals pasture. As you can see, is now highlighted in green, full of those lusciously rendered pigs and turtle and goose and guinea fowl. Or those aren't geese, they're guinea fowl. But that's what's in there, and we're going to add the stuff we need to add, which is this keat. Puppy and dog, we're going to allow them to roam just for some fun. They can reproduce if they are different genders, which they probably are, although one needs to grow up to an adult before it can do that. So, what else should we do? We now see that these bedrooms are looking swanky, nice and open. Perhaps it's a good time to get someone smoothing the walls. Currently, nobody in the fortress knows how to smooth walls, but we got a fresh new crop of migrants, and two of them are utter peasants. They have no skills. There's also this Zuglar, which we're not sure if they have anything assigned. They do not, so we could assign that one as well. We can assign all these peasants to be stone engravers, and that's going to be fun. It'll give them something to do, make them feel like they have a purpose in life, and most of all, it'll give us some cool, smooth walls. Now it's good to start with your stone detailers just smoothing walls, because there's no way to screw up smoothing a wall. There is a way to screw up when you start engraving. So we get our peasants all smoothing stone, and then once they've practiced, they've smoothed lots and lots of stone, then we will tell them to start engraving. So we now have 3 peasants all set to stone detailing. This is excellent. We are going to go back and just double check using the dwarf therapist to make sure that our dwarves are actually set to stone detailing. 1, 2, 3. Yes, they are. So how do we get the stone actually going? Detailing, that is? Well, we just have to go into designations with D and then go over to smooth stone with S. Now, it doesn't really matter what priority set we set this at. It's currently defaulting to priority level 4. So we'll just leave it at that, and we'll say, you know what, smooth this area. And on top of that, just smooth out the entire fortress. So we'll select everything and say enter. Now all of that's flashing because it's been designated. And we're going to do the same for the lower levels. We're going to smooth out the stockpile, DS, smooth, and then designate this whole big area. We're going to designate all these underground bedrooms. And yes, we will have to come back and smooth out, that is designate to be smoothed, the places that are still being dug, because they won't be designated yet as they haven't been dug yet. We'll smooth out the mines just for practice. In fact, we'll set that as a higher number, a lower priority. So the dwarfies will come and smooth all this stuff after they've smoothed all the stuff that really matters. it's not overriding the priority, so we need to clear all this first, and then we'll redesignate to mine the gems, just so that doesn't get forgotten. Redesignate to mine all the ore and gems on this floor. And we need to make a special exception where we don't mine around the stairs, because we want to keep the stairs open. So that's now been done. And then we can do our smoothing designation. So back to S for smooth. Priority is level is set to 5. And we just smooth it all out. And this humble dwarf has just noticed that Nag 0007 has asked a question. They say, hey, can you see which value a gem has in-game, or only on the wiki? This humble dwarf believes that the answer is only on the wiki. We can look at our gold nuggets. In fact, this is not gems, but these are full of gems. So we can look at some gems. These are all our beautiful gems that we have. We can check out, say, a lapis lazuli. What is the description for that? It's got a value of 6. So in fact, it does show you the value. We can look at any gem here. That's the bin, but we press enter to look at the gem. Raw green glass has a value of 6. Rough purple spinels have a value of 60. That's handy. 120 for emeralds. And pyropes, rock crystals. So yeah, it's all there. In fact, it's not very convenient, however. If one wanted to really use that knowledge, probably the easiest way would be to go on, hop on the wiki, and check it out. Because then you'd really know if, say, a particular vein is worth mining out. If you were to look at a vein of gems, actually they don't come in veins, but if you were to look at some gems in the wall, just for example, this gem over here, this one is a rough-hewn rose quartz cluster. It's not possible to actually view it in any other way, it just tells you that it's rose quartz. So you don't have a way to tell the value of a gem until you mined it out. And then you have to find that item that's been mined, inspect it, and it'll tell you the value. Not exactly convenient. So we're just going to tell them to smooth out all the mines at a very low priority, just get some good practice of smoothing. And our stone detailers, they're going to go from peasant to skilled stone detailers in no time. Perhaps even to legendary stone detailers, because we've given them so much work to do. And it's going to take them a while to get down this deep. But you know, while we're down here, let's just do some mining. Stick it back to mining, designating all. That's at the bottom right. You can see it switching around. Designating different types of things. So set to designating all, because we're no longer just looking for gems, etc. We're going to continue our safety stairs, where we do a little entrance, which we can later put a door in, and then a staircase down, and then a staircase up on the floor below as we just jump down. So there's a staircase up, little entranceway there. In fact, we could be really ambitious and start digging deeper. We could even make a macro to dig these stairs, but let's just give that a little break for now. We won't do that just yet. Wait till we've got a little bit of a military, at least wearing copper armor, some soft, malleable armor to let all those our arrows and spears stick right through into our dwarves. Now that's not what we want. It's just what we have. This fort has not been blessed with iron, but that's kind of why we want to dig down. If we dig down, we can hopefully find some more metal that we haven't already found, because we have been strangely unlucky with our metal. No iron, but that's okay. It's probably just this part of the world doesn't have iron. Let's do like a crazy wide prospecting pattern on this floor. Try going all ends of the deep. What level is this? We're 19 levels below the surface. 121 over here, because there's a mountain over here. But we're 19 levels below the actual normal surface, it seems like. It looks like more like 8 or 9, but must be 19 below that part of the mountain. But anyways, it's deep. Those are some deep digging dwarves. And if we're lucky, we might just find some iron in one of those levels. What else is there even to be done? Always so much. So the next thing we're going to do, let's see if we've got any soap going, because we've been trying to make soap for a while. The task is still there. Let's see if it's got everything it needs. Whoops. We just reassigned it, but the answer is yes, because it allowed us to assign the task, therefore we do have all the ingredients for soap. This means that our soap maker should go on ahead and start making the soap. We have run out of fruit for making fruity alcohol. So we just got a message saying over here, cancels brew drink from fruit. Needs unrotten drink mat producing leaf. That means we don't have any fruit to brew from. So it could be that we haven't designated enough plants to gather. So we're going to go back into D for designation and then a P to gather plants. We'll set this to be priority 3. And let's just say, guys, you know what? Get all the plants. So we're going to designate plant gathering from the top corner to the bottom corner. And look at all those plants they can gather. They're all in the bottom part because this is a fort that straddles 2 biomes. So the bottom part here, as you can see, is loaded with these plants. They're highlighted in brown because we just designated them. All these little highlighted squares of kind of brown with a little plant symbol or apostrophe. All those are plants that we can gather. So they're going to go gather them, and then we should have all the plants we need for alcohol. And if you look in this area, there's kind of a sparse hole in plant gathering. That would most likely be where we had ordered them to gather plants before. Because we started out by gathering just near, oh yeah, if we see that's actually where it's designated as a gather / pick fruit. Because we started out telling them to just gather near the base to save time while the plants were still plentiful. But now as the plants have become less plentiful, we're going to tell them to gather in bigger areas. And it might seem strange that we just ordered them to gather plants. Why are we making these areas to also tell them to gather plants? Well, this is telling them to gather and pick fruit from trees. So the difference is the dwarves, when you tell them to gather plants, they'll gather things like strawberries that grow on the ground. When you do this, they'll actually take a stepladder and they will gather the tree growing plants such as apples and whatever grows up there higher up in the branches, and also any fruit that's fallen. The only way they'll gather fallen fruit from the ground is with these kind of zones. So we need to press G on all these zones to designate them as gathering. We'll just double check by going right into one. So we highlight over a zone in our zone tool and then press Shift G for that capital G set gather information. As you can see, it says dwarves will pick fruit from trees, dwarves will pick berries / pull tubers, and dwarves will gather fallen fruit. So we're just going to leave all those. We don't want to tell them to ignore any of it. So just by pressing G on each of these, it becomes a gathering zone. And that means the dwarves will head out there with their stepladders and gather all that delicious fruit that falls and that is in the trees. So maybe we'll just leave it for now. That's a gigantic area, so that should keep them busy for a while. And if we run out of fruit again later, after they have a chance to gather some, then we will make it even bigger. That probably won't happen because we haven't set a ton of dwarves gathering. Another thing that seems quite necessary is to either make some more bins or make the storage area bigger. Because as you can see, the storage area is packed. All these things are things. They're taking up space. Some of them are stones that don't belong here, like this marble, these white little rectangles. Some of them do belong here, like this quiver, this elk bird leather quiver, this copper crossbow, bolts. This goes here, but we don't quite have room for it. If we have some bins, we could put it in the bins. So we'll first order some more bins. First, let's actually check how many bins we have, and then we'll order some more bins. So how many bins do we have? 116. Are they currently producing bins? Let's see. Does not look like it. There's no order for bins in our work order listing here. So we're going to hit Q, place a new order, make some wooden bins. Actually, maybe not just wooden bins. Let's see what kind of bins we can make. We can make wooden, that is, we can make metal bins. It's tempting because we are loaded with copper, but we're not going to do that because we only have one blacksmith's forge at the moment. So let's just make a lot of bins. We'll make 50 more bins, and then we should be set for a while, and then eventually we'll have to say, oh darn, we should have made more bins. But that's okay. We'll leave that. And at the same time, we'll expand the size of the stockpile. So that'll give us more room to put stuff, and we'll have more bins to hold it in. So we're going to mine. We're going to load up our, oops, that's not at all what we wanted to do. Just accidentally ran the wrong macro and designated some areas for mining that we didn't really want to, so cancel that order. Belay that order, Captain. Okay, and then we go to smooth that wall that we accidentally stopped smoothing there, and then we actually will dig and we'll load up the macro, going for storage room, starting from the bottom left corner, and we'll just play the macro with Control P, so they'll be set to dig us another standard storage unit section, standard storage section, and another one. And no, and then we'll just connect it. So get these nice little connections, keeping everything tidy and uniform, and of course those little areas give you more space to store stuff into. So let's play it again. Autumn has come. See this announcement at the bottom. Autumn is an exciting time. Autumn is when the Dwarven merchants may come. It's also a new season, which means we might get more migrants. So now we almost certainly have the materials to build that trap we were going to do in the Farmers Guild to make them feel special. So we go into our build menu, press capital T, which is Shift T for traps, and then we choose the weapon trap, W. Still needs mechanisms. Okay, Moldath. Moldath must be busy, or we haven't given him enough time. But Moldath is our only mechanic. Moldath the mechanic. So let's just quickly check what Moldath's up to. Moldath the mason, who's also our mechanic. Meditating on agriculture. Last time he was meditating on death. Oh, now he's meditating on day. Moldath's a busy fellow. Busily pondering. That's cool. That's great. It's just great, Moldath. Maybe he'll write a book someday. If we ever build a library. Now, where did Moldath go? We're trying to find him. That's the goal here. So let's go this way and then go to unit, which will find him, and then we can go to G, and just this will let us look at his task. It probably won't tell us anything useful. No, it doesn't. The task is called Meditate on Day. There's no specific information, but it wouldn't be surprising if this meditation on day were related to one of our deities, perhaps. There's something to do with the color of it. Like if it's pink, an exclamation mark, that means something, and if it's green, that means something else. So like this one's praying to rise in Auburn Bronze, the puce. This one's praying to Galak Grasping Ward, the beautiful cave fish. This one's meditating on death. This one's meditating on earth. One of these is satisfying their need for praying, something like that. And the other one's not, perhaps, or satisfying it more and less. There's some arcane knowledge to be had there. Our soaper has just announced that they need lye-containing item. That must mean that they've used up all the lye. That's actually kind of exciting because it would mean that they've probably made some soap. Aha, we have 6 mountain goat soap. Beautiful. So we're going to make some more lye for our soapin production. So we have a lye stockpile here. Which one is it? We're going to have to use Q to view our stockpile. So it's one of these little tiny stockpiles. This is the raw skin pile. We don't really need that because the skins should immediately go to the tanner. This is the animal fat pile. This is the lye and buckets pile. So this one is going to be made bigger. So we're going to make another lye and buckets pile. What is that? It looks like a seed, this little brown dot here. Oh yeah, it's a peach pit. So we're going to make another lye and buckets pile. And we press P for piles, and then we press food, because for some crazy dwarven reason, lye is considered food in terms of stockpiles. And we'll just make that our little lye pile. And then we got to go to the pile itself here. We'll say lye pile 2. Then we'll go change settings, go to food, block everything, allow lye, and voila. We have another lye pile. But wait, there's something important. We have to make sure there are no barrels allowed. So we press E to decrease the max barrels to 0. Coffin symbol for 0. And there you have it. It's named animal fat. That's okay. Yeah, there it's named lye in buckets. And this one is called, let's call it lye in buckets 2. Because the whole reason we did that thing with the barrel was to keep the lye in the buckets. So they won't say there's no lye as they would if it wasn't in a bucket. it was in a barrel. Anyways, that's great. Oh, canceling make lie. They need ash, of course. So let's do this through the work manager, work order. So we'll say, get even fancy with it this time. We'll say make some ash, make 3 ash, and then we'll say make lye, make 3 lye. But here's where we get fancy. Go into the order to make lye, and we'll go conditions and add a special condition called an order condition by pushing O. And then we can set it to do this make ash. So once the 3 ash have been made, then only then will they try to make the 3 lye. And that's convenient because then we won't get this message spam saying cancels make lye needs ash. Isn't that just great? We probably want to make another stone stockpile somewhere. We have a little tiny stone stockpile up here for the marble, but there's just so much stone lying around everywhere that it's kind of getting in the way. And it would be handy to have the stone kind of squared away. So let's do a kind of impromptu or kind of improv stone pile, and we'll just toss it up here. We'll make it a big stone pile in some of these mined out areas covered by ore veins. So we'll call this, go give it a name, and we'll call it regular stone. And for that, we'll set a wheelbarrow, maybe even 2 wheelbarrows. That's okay, 1 wheelbarrow, that's the default. As you can see at the top right, it says max wheelbarrow 1. So it's got a wheelbarrow. It's important for a stone stockpile because that way they're gonna actually move fast when they're carrying it. Otherwise they'd go very slow with the stone. This is strange. Some Zuglar the performer is saying item inaccessible. Oh, that must be because Zuglar the performer has a burrow. That's the only dwarf with a burrow. They're not allowed to go anywhere else outside the burrow. So they should really probably stop trying to store item in stockpile. It would make sense, Zuglar. Perhaps Zuglar's already carrying this item. Where is Zuglar? Oh, they're there. Zuglar's this purple one. Trying to store an orthoclase in the regular stone pile. Actually, it seems like they will be able to do that. So that's good. And since a dwarf is carrying that with it, a wheelbarrow, let's just give it 2 wheelbarrows. And then let's make sure we have some wheelbarrows. We'll go into the stocks again. And where would they be? They are probably not their own section. They're most likely listed as part of furniture or generic objects or something like that. Although they're not furniture. Perhaps they'll be under tools. Let us see. Tools? Aha, we have peachwood wheelbarrows. 3 highwood wheelbarrow. So there it is. We're still waiting for the Danman body, by the way. We just spotted the Danman there. It's the Danman drum we're waiting for here. That's an instrument. And we're trying to make a stone drum with a leather head. We already have the leather head made, but we don't yet have the drum made. So we've got all these new bedrooms. Looks like they're mostly carved out. So we should start placing beds. Otherwise those dwarves will begin to get upset. So there's a couple down here. Place those. A couple up here. We don't have all the beds ready yet, but they're coming. Carpenters are not lazy, but busy, it would seem. Do we even have 2 carpenters? Let's have a look over at our dwarf therapist just for a moment. And let's look at the carpentry section. Where's carpentry? There it is, right at the left. So we've got Edom, no Kim Lurit. Edom's a very skilled carpenter. We've got Eshchan, who is our soaper and lye maker. Has skill in carpentry, but is not currently working in it. And we've got Erdim Vaikadkashan, who is a carpenter, but is also our brewer. So that's ineffective because they're too busy brewing to actually do any carpentry. So we're going to unassign Erdim Vaikadkashan from from carpentry. And we're going to assign one of these useless, so far, new migrants. So we're just looking at our list of who's a new migrant in Notepad, and it looks like Cyril Aerith Kodor is a good option. Where are you, Cyril? Yeah, Cyril Aerith Kodor, as you can see, they're doing almost nothing. Siege operating is the one thing Cyril is assigned to, and that's a virtually useless task, considering we don't have any siege weapons. So Cyril's going to be our new carpenter, our new second carpenter. And that should really speed up the carpentry. We've got the 2 carpenter shops. Now they'll both be working. So we're going to hop on back over to the fortress, just like that. And that's been committed, that change. So if we look at Cyril, their name will be red for a siege operator, and view them, we should be able to see that they have been assigned to carpentry. Oops, not mining. Carpentry. Indeed, there's carpentry. Cyril's our new carpenter. Oh, okay, perfect. Now, Nag0007 has mentioned that if we don't know, we can put Dwarf Therapist on Dark Theme. Now that is a cool idea. Let's try it. It goes in the options, top right corner, then style. Options, there it is. So, oh, there's style. Change style. Let's try dark style. Okay. Oh, it's looking dark and grim, and perhaps more attractive to the eye. So now we'll switch on back to Dwarf Fortress in-game. Thank you for that little tip, Nag0007, or NAG, if you have any preferred pronunciation of your name. We always like to hear that. So what's happened here? It can't be that Edem Nokim Lurid has cancelled build wooden door needs logs, can it? That wouldn't make our message go over here. Can't be. All these other announcements. What is it? Oh, it's a caravan. The Dwarven caravan has arrived. Good news. So we shall follow their wagon, just like this. Look at it go. Little wagon. Ooh, 2 wagons. The dwarves are bringing us a lot of goodies this time. 3 wagons, it looks like even. So now we hopefully have some large metal discs we can trade to them, because they just can't get enough of those large metal discs. So we'll probably do that. We can also trade them any wooden traps we may have lying around. We can trade them traps with vermin in them. And we have another suggestion in the chat from Nag0007. Vettlinger tile set is a good one, apparently. That's one to consider. Now, this humble dwarf is quite enamored with their own tile set, which has been painstakingly crafted, leaving a touch of the spotty old world charm of the basic water, but also with some fairly characterful little dwarfies. But we will certainly have a look at that tile set and perhaps steal some ideas from it. Now, dwarves, get ye ready for the trade. We shall call the trader and move our goods to the depot. Our main trade export this year is going to be trap components. We'll give them all the trap components as a start. We can make some more later for the actual privileged farmers to use in their trap. And to be quite honest, those 5 large serrated copper discs will very likely be enough to buy everything we want. There's much to share, says the outpost liaison. They've added some information to our civilization/world info. We can check that out in a minute. This is our turn to ask them what we want from them. Last time we just asked for cages. So let's make sure those cages are still assigned. They are not, so we'll tell them to bring us all the cages they can. We just love cages. Oops, and we pressed escape. Exactly the same thing we did last time the dwarves came. Assigned the cages and then accidentally pressed escape. That's okay, because the cage is the most important thing. Because what we really want is cats. And this is just confirming what we've asked for. Indeed, it's all a normal price except cages. We've offered them much more. Let's discuss what these dwarves are willing to pay us for our crafts dwarfship. And the listing is as follows. They want our blocks. They want our large gems. Those are not actual gems, but those would be gems created from stone or metal. So not technically gems, but something like it. They also want our rings. Ooh, plants. They really want crowns. So we actually do have some trade goods. now that they have given us that little reminder. In addition to the large serrated discs, we can get rid of some trade goods. So let's move goods to the depot. We'll look at our trade goods, and they may not be in bins, so our dwarves might be running back and forth carrying a single bone earring, and that's okay. So we're going to find where the trade goods are. It won't take too long. It's one of these categories. Hopefully we haven't already passed by it ignorantly. What are trade goods called after all? Now, when we say trade goods, we're talking about things like little crowns and rings and trinkets and such. It's not thread, it's not bags, it's not cups, it's certainly not buckets or tools, instruments. Oh, here it is, crafts. That's what we're talking about. So for this, we can do a fun thing of doing a little macro. Even though that macro is going to look funny, it's going to work. So we just can do this, and saves us a few clicks. We can trade all these crowns, and they did mention they wanted crowns, so we got all the goat hoof crowns you could ever want, and rings too. Hopefully our dwarves won't be too upset that we're trading away all their crowns and rings, but so be it. Now we can just wait for them to carry all the stuff to the trade depot. Lovely, we've got another yak has been born. We're low on logs, actually. That's something we can deal with right now. Low on logs, chop some trees. So we're going to chop some trees. Now it's hard to tell where we haven't chopped them on this layer. Let's go up a layer. This shows us very clearly where all the trees are that we have not yet chopped. So we'll zoom way out and get a good overview of the trees. Zoom up into the air. There's nothing really growing on the mountain, very little. So we'll just chop them out in the main field. We'll do this little hill at the bottom. It's got like 5 trees on it. Ta-da! And we may want to set this to a higher priority, in fact, just to make sure those trees get chopped post-haste. So we'll set this to priority 2, redesignate these trees, lower priority meaning a lower number for a higher priority, in fact. So get those trees all chopped off that ledge, head on down here and chop a couple more trees right there. That'll be a good little pile of trees for now. I don't want to chop too many trees, because we do have some elven neighbors. See if we look at our civilization, and then how do we do that again? Go to H. This shows all the civilizations. We basically don't want to make the elves angry. So we can create missions here just to kind of look at what civilizations there are. Actually, maybe it's not that way, but that's okay. We'll just let them run around and deliver some stuff. And we can have a look at the neighbors, the civilizations, and such later, because that can be a fun thing to do. Yeah, our wood people are canceling all their wood tasks. It's unclear why they're canceling the soap lye making, though. They should have not tried to do that until after. That we're referring to cancels make soap from tallow needs lye containing item. It could be most likely the standing order for soap has run out. So that probably means we've got some more soap. It's always exciting to look at the soap, how much soap we have. Only 6 still, huh? Didn't seem to have worked. That's okay, we'll just leave that for now. Let them take all their stuff out, and let's check the tasks to see if people are still bringing trade goods to depot. Looks like they're all done bringing the trade goods out, so it's time to trade. So we'll go into our queue building menu, head over to this, hit T for trade, and we will say, not offer, but mark all goods, shift enter. So we marked everything we brought as tradable. And if you look at the very bottom, the value is now 4,157. That's the value of everything we've brought. And in fact, the most valuable by far is these spiked copper balls and large serrated copper discs. That's why we made them. And now what do they have for us? We know now we really want iron. If they had brought iron, we would have bought it. If they brought anvils too. We say if they had brought, because it looks like they didn't. We really want iron and or steel so that we can make ourselves another anvil so we can do more metal production. Failing that, we'd be happy to just buy an anvil. Another thing we could do would be buy anything made of iron or steel, melt it down. But it tends to be very expensive to buy them in that way. Now we get to the good part. They've brought us some cages. Are there any of them with cats? We got a pig, we got a rooster, we got dogs, we got a rabbit, guinea hen. Not seeing any cats though. That was the big hope, that they would bring us what we had forgotten to bring ourselves. Some kitty cats. It's very unclear why they bring these barrels full of blood. Nobody wants a barrel of blood. That is not useful. So what kind of steel items can we buy? We'll just maybe add it up and see what steel we can get. Well, there's some iron low boots. Those are fairly cheap. The idea is to buy some iron and steel or steel, which we can then melt down to make a second anvil. So we can get a better, faster metal production going. So let's look at these cages. Anything that's iron or steel we'll buy. Zinc, copper, sow, and a lead cage. It doesn't hurt to have another pig. We have pigs already. Join the other piggies. Nickel cage, copper cage, tin cage, rabbit cage. It's actually somewhat tempting to just buy some cages that we can then use for cage traps later too. Because cage traps are good. We'll grab these 2 cages because they're cheap. A goat, we don't really want goats. A dog we could grab. Just have like a load of dogs running around the fortress. Steel toy axe is expensive. And it weighs 7. We want things that have a lot of weight if we're going to be buying them for the metal. So we can melt them down and maybe get a decent amount of metal out of it. We're not seeing a whole lot of useful stuff otherwise. Perhaps we should grab some cloth, grab some glass. It's usually good to have glass just to prevent your dwarves going insane. Sometimes they're like, I need glass or I'm gonna go crazy. And then and literally they will go berserk. It's not like real life. It's extreme sometimes on those rare occasions. So, donkey cheese. Enormous copper corkscrew. No, that's what we're giving them. Giant steel axe blade. That is so expensive. If we bought that, the trader would only be getting a profit of 1,000. But it's still tempting because it's a giant steel axe blade. It's steel and it's giant. It's only 12 weight. We don't actually know how much that would melt down for, but it's got to be significant. Maybe what we do is remove some of the other things we've added in here that we've tried to buy. Oh no, we'll go without the steel axe blade for now. It's with a heavy heart, but we'll grab some cloth. Forget it. We'll get the axe blade. Who needs cloth, right? We need metal. Okay, there we go. That should be plenty of steel. Oh, what are we doing? They have anvils. Forget the axe blade. We'll just buy some anvils. Okay, a couple anvils there. Another iron anvil. We won't need more than 3 more anvils. And that'll be perfect. We'll be set, and it's still a good profit for the trader. We can buy some meat. So let's get our little macro going to buy some meat. Enter down, and then unrecord, and then just press that a bunch of times. We'll buy all these things. Yep, some fish too, sure. Some plump helmets, why not? Food is good. Everybody knows that. Quarry bush leaves, we can use those to make some delicious prepared meals. And all this weird fruit. Fruit's not quite as good, but the other ones are great. So what else do we want? We're getting to pretty skimpy profits for the trader now. Maybe we'll remove some of the more extravagant items like chopped crocodile liver and giant olm tripe. Give us a little bit more money for some cloth. It's just good to have cloth. This allows us to make clothes, as our dwarvies will run low on clothing pretty soon. We'll also buy any cheap leather bins they have. Maybe not the expensive ones, but and that trader's profit's getting dangerously low again. So we'll probably have to remove some things, but this will be over soon. And then we don't need these iron low boots anymore. Don't need the steel crossbow or the warhammer, because we really just wanted some anvils, which we got. So now we're back up to a somewhat reasonable profit for the trader. We've got our new pig. We've got a couple free cheap cages. We can grab another couple cheap cages. 42, 37, 40. It's like 5 cages. So we'll have a nice little pile of cages, which we can start using to lay out a massive line of cage traps. And then we carefully push T for trade. And apparently they are displeased with our offer. So we need to give them more profits, which means we need to remove some of the stuff we've asked for. Fine. Okay, we'll remove the excess cages because we don't really need those. Yeah, this humble dwarf actually thought that they would accept something with lower profit than that. We can get rid of some of the more expensive cloth bins as well, like this 500 cloth bin. That brings their profit up to more than the value of our items. That they should accept. Press T. They said, wonderful. Indeed, it is wonderful. We have made a trade. We have gotten, most importantly, some anvils. So now we can finally create some more metalsmiths forges. And then we can just create a couple of those, actually. So let's do it. A couple Gabbro metalsmiths forges. And then we're really going to want some more smelters, so we can dig those out now. Because then with all these forges, we're going to need more fuel. So until we get magma, we're going to have to burn some charcoal, get that fuel. We were also not lucky with our minerals in the sense of getting, lignite or bituminous coal, which you can mine for great amounts of charcoal. So we just have to burn our own wood. So that's why we're building 2 more of those, and we don't need more smelters yet. We built 2 more wood furnaces, but we'll only get smelters once we actually have plenty of wood, because if we check out our, bar supplies, we'll see that we have a lot of bars. We have 354 copper bars, plus gold, silver, nickel, zinc, platinum, electrum, peter, lead, charcoal. That's not really a bar, and soap, but a lot of that's metal, and there's a lot of metal there, so we'll go with that. We'll just need to set a couple more dwarves to actually be wood burners. So why don't we hop on over to Dwarf Therapist and make that decision? Who wants to be a wood burner? It's like who wants to be a prestigious profession, except the opposite of that. So we'll jump over to Dwarf Therapist and actually consult our list of incoming dwarves. We have a clothier and miller named Minkot Let Mossigun. They could use a more practical profession. Maybe later we'll put Minkot back on clothing. Minkot Let Mossigun, there you are. So see, milling, that's a profession they'll never use. They're also a weaponsmith, but we can unassign that because we have a weaponsmith already. It's rare that we'll need more than one weaponsmith. So Minkot is going to be assigned as a wood burner. Sometimes we refer to it as not prestigious, but it's really one of the most essential professions of a dwarf. At least until we get so good that we've gone down to the mines, or the caverns, that is. No, way below the caverns. At least until we've gone down to the magma, deep, deep below the caverns, and created some magma forges. Until then, we're burning wood. So Minkot's on it. Who else should go on it? Well, we have another one called Alath Regairlin. This one is a cook, and to be frank, we don't need 2 cooks. Do we? Let us see. We do have a secondary kitchen, the fat rendering kitchen, and it has a workshop profile, but it's not assigned to anybody. So we'll leave Minkot, or sorry, their name wasn't Minkot. We'll leave Alath Regairlin as a cook, but their main job is going to be burning wood. It's kind of fitting. A cook in this age would be burning a lot of wood because they need to heat their cook pot. So they're a sort of multitasking dwarf. And there you have it. We have 2 new wood burners, 2 new wood furnaces happening, an unending order to burn wood, which is right there, make charcoal. So we should be set for fuel for at least a little while. At least a little while. Let's have a look at this. See down here, we expanded this stockpile, but we didn't really expand the stockpile because it hasn't actually been extended yet. Oh, but first, there's something somewhat exciting. The Danman drum has been made. So we'll get to the stockpile expansion later, but for now, let's check out this Danman drum. It's worth 100. Ooh, it's exceptional. Wow. Apparently, we have a good stone crafter. So this is an instrument part, and it goes with this Danman leather, mountain goat leather Danman head. So this is the part that's stretched over and struck. So we're going to have our first instrument very soon. So what we do is go over to the craft store's workshop. We'll say make an instrument. It's always fun making instruments. So we'll assemble a Danman, which is amazing. We'll say do it now because we're really excited for that Danman. And we also noticed that this is available to me too. A zithus, a large handheld percussion instrument, a stone bowl. Musician strikes the bowl at a mid-high pitch with a sparse floating timbre. So if you can imagine a large bowl that you hit with your hand and it kind of rings, we're going to make one of those too. We won't say do it now, but we'll promote it up too. So we can make a couple of instruments and then our tavern will be even more hoppin'. As we look over here, this is our hoppin' tavern. It's got a fine well, not just any well, a fine well. It's got a cherrywood chest. It's got this armor stand. It says orthoclase armor stand, but it's better than that. It's an artifact. A very fancy armor stand to make our dwarves happy. And something is on this pedestal too. This is where we're displaying an artifact. A little terminal. Anyways, this is our little location, the barricaded mushroom of beers, and it's quite fancy because it's got instruments. It's got only one instrument stored right now, but soon it will have 3. And then people will come from far and wide. At least they would if we hadn't told them to stop. Dwarves will come from all across the fortress to listen to the beautiful music. Let's just expand this bone stockpile. It's a little side task. It's our bones, our shells. We don't have shells, but if we did, they'd be there. And some other stuff like that. Just, you gotta have it. And there's, like, the butcher shop is probably stuffed full of hooves and things. Oh, it's not, but it could be. And that can be unpleasant. So that's why we do that. Oh, it is a little curious. What happened to our lye? Why did they not make the soap? See, if we didn't, we only still have 6 soap, which is the amount we had before. But before they were complaining about not having lye. So is it that there's lye somewhere? Why do we have blood? Did we buy barrels of blood by accident? It must belong to the merchants. We have to wait till the merchants leave. But there's no liquid there, so it's not like we have any lye. It's odd. Has the lye thing been completed? Yeah, they're still waiting on... Oh, they're waiting on the ash. Okay, that makes sense. They're waiting for us to chop trees so they can make ash, so they can make lye, so they can make soap. Perfect. Yeah, they still need logs. Is our wood chopper not chopping wood? How much wood can a wood chopper chop? They're not out there chopping wood. Just a moment, this humble dwarf will have a glance at our dwarf therapist and see who is designated as the wood chopper. We have only one, Stadir Gatizasab, and they're also a stone crafter, so perhaps they're busy making that instrument. Oh, Melville is making the instrument. What's Stadir Gatizasab up to? Stodier, sorry. Oh, they're a wood burner, but they're meditating at the moment. Well, that's okay. Do they have anything in their inventory? Stodierly meditating on jewels. Now that meditation on jewels, it's quite likely related to one of our dwarven deities. We have a dwarven female dwarf who's a deity of jewels. So that's probably what they're thinking about. And everybody's just saying, we need logs. And Stodier's like, I feel like praying. I'm going to pray to Bakban. Logs aren't that important. Logs can wait. We could just assign somebody else on log duty. And some would say that would be the wise thing to do. But there are times when we just want to let Stodier get Tizasob just have their little prayer session. We can actually tell the trader to take a break and get back to doing their thing. Because we probably only have one axe, you see. That'll be under weapons. You need an axe to chop a tree. Oh, we have multiple axes? Unless those are belonging to the traders again. It gets confusing looking at the stocks when traders are here. But yeah, we can wait. Oh ho! The cook has been possessed. Bemble Degil Storlut. Well, let's just drop everything and watch Bemble go about their magnificent work. Now, if Bemble just wanders around, that would mean that, oh no, they're moving with purpose to a craft store shop. That's a fun type of thing. Now we shall resume and follow Bemble again. Let's see what they pick up. Go, Bemble. And we're actually going to quickly check their gender, just so we can properly refer to Bemble. Bemble is a female. This is what she looks like. She's greasy hair, emerald eyes, and a recessed chin. She's average height, average width. Her skin is brown and a bit wrinkled. She's 13, and she's about to make her first masterpiece. She's going to get some stone. That is stone. It would be cool if it was native gold, but it's not. It's orthoclase. Orthoclase. It's a type of stone, a yellow stone. So let's see what Bemble gets besides this stone, and she'll make a nice stone craft. Could be a crown, could be an earring, it could be so many things, because it can be anything that can be made at the craft store's workshop out of stone. So if we go in here and hit rock, Bemble could be making any of these. Not a short sword, because it's not obsidian. Probably. May even be able to make an orthoclase short sword if you're possessed enough. Scroll rollers would be kind of cool, but we're not sure if that's possible. An altar, a die, could be any of those. Could be just a large gem, maybe? Can large gems be artifacts? Not likely. Not likely. Now here's Bemble. She's going about her way, lugging this large stone. Bemble, you should have gotten a wheelbarrow. Well, someone has made some ash. That means we have wood has been chopped. It means that they'll soon begin making lye. She's going to grab more orthoclase. This is setting up to be a rather uninteresting artifact. But actually, since we're down here, it's become apparent that some doors can be placed, and some beds can also very likely be placed. Dwarves need doors. Doors for dwarves. There they go. Everybody deserves a door for their bedroom. No matter what age you are, no matter what your walk in life, one's bedroom should have a door. And that's why we're giving them doors. And then we'll place some beds too, which we should have made, but apparently we do not. Perhaps there's already enough beds. It doesn't seem like it. Very strange. Oh, it's most likely because the carpenters did not have enough wood to make the beds with. Let's just double check that the bed thing is there. Yep, so there's still 7 more beds being made. All good. But we're going to quickly assign all the unassigned beds. This one is now a bedroom. This is a bedroom. This is a bedroom. Etc. If they don't pop up with these blue X's, then we need to assign it. Like this one, this one. And when they do all pop up with blue X's, then we're good. There should be maybe 1 or 2 more at the bottom that are new. We'll just check them all to be sure. Okay, they're all good. All the bedrooms are bedrooms. And all these have always been bedrooms, so they're good. Okay, now we can go back to our regularly scheduled strange mood of Bemble. And Bemble will become, presumably, a skilled stonecrafter after this. Let's just enable the stonecrafting labor on her because, oh no, we can't. Okay, because it seemed like last time maybe Our leatherworking dwarf did not become a legendary leatherworker when they made a beautiful leather mitten. And this humble dwarf thought perhaps that was because that dwarf who made the mitten was not assigned to mitten making as a labor. So we thought maybe we would assign this dwarf to stone craft making. But no, she can just do her own thing. Oh, don't you do it. Don't you do it, Bemble. Oh, she's getting more orthoclase. This is going to be an orthoclase crown, studded with orthoclase, with spikes of orthoclase and hanging rings of orthoclase. You just know it. And she gets to walk very slowly through the halls, lugging her huge pile of orthoclase all the way. Is she having the time of her life? We don't know. At least she's feeling inspired. She's got inspiration. Oh, goodness. She's not going to get more orthoclase? Please let her not be getting more orthoclase. She's not. What did she get? That would be leather, it looks like. Let's see what she's carrying. G. Yeah, she's grabbed some leather. Okay. Some goat leather. Bemble, you have strange taste. Yellowstone, Yellowstone, Yellowstone. Oh, and some goat leather to cap it off. And you know what? How about some more Yellowstone? Oh no, she's actually getting a gem. She's actually getting something a mite interesting. A slight bit interesting. Chrysocolla. Cool. Well, so we're going to follow Bemble some more. And while she carries that chrysocolla, we're going to look at what chrysocolla is. Oh, and actually we're interrupted by a wonderful event. See that little dwarf at the edge of the map? The top right? By the way, chrysocolla is a bright blue, opaque gem. It looks pretty cool. It's all sparkly, but probably just because it's got kind of a rough surface. So what do we do? What do we watch? We've got a migrant wave coming, but we've also got an artifact being built. Let's watch the migrants. It'll tell us when the artifact's done. Might even tell us when she starts making it. So the first migrant, oh, it's a miner. We love miners. Never have too many miners. Just have to make sure they don't have anything else enabled, like hunting or fishing. Looks like they don't. Eterlat Mosadan, Cobalt Paddle, is a talented miner, and nothing else. Just perfect. Who else we got? A donkey, it looks like. Yep, a donkey foal. Okay, we can let that one grow up and then slaughter it. And a P for pig. Yes, a piglet. That'll go with our pig swarm. We do love our pig swarm. This one's a peasant. Everybody loves peasants. Just love them. Because they can take any job and they're free to... Oh, she's begun the construction. Look at that. Let's actually just quickly check what she's building it with. So we'll see, press T to look at the building and then look at what's in it. And just that. Just the rough gem. Actually, she did grab... Oh no, the microcline is not part of the construction. Just the orthoclase and the leather and the rough, bright green, opaque, cheap gem. Cheap gem. That's all we're saying. And there's a microcline is the material that the workshop itself is built out of. So we're going to hop back over to the migrants like this, go into A for announcements, and then Z to zoom. And there they are. Beautiful, beautiful migrants. So while we were away, we've had a couple more migrants appear. There's the peasant we've already noticed. But in addition to that, just have to make a few notes so we can remember which people to assign to interesting tasks later. We also gained a child. We like children, but we don't find them very useful, at least not until they get to 12 years old. This one's only 5. Good old Regoth and Sebkedol, or good young Redoth and Sebkedol. They'll find their place in the fortress soon enough. Aha, we've got a carpenter, Thob Ken King Katten. We shall leave them as a carpenter, possibly. On the other hand, this one's a competent axe dwarf. Now that is a useful skill. We can fit them with a nice copper axe, and then they can just hack away at all our enemies. Because that's what you do. Hack away, not DF hack, but just hacking with an axe, hacking off body parts, etc. And they're also good at other things. What we were doing scrolling down here is to check if they're a teacher. The greatest thing to get would be somebody who's great at fighting and also great at teaching, because then they can quickly improve the skills of everyone else. But for now, they're a carpenter, but they're also a competent axe dwarf, so they're going to be on the top of our radar for military soon. Once we start getting our military to protect ourselves from the many dangers of the caverns, which we are going to head into hopefully pretty soon. Lycot Tostudib Vice Syrup. This one is a mason. They're also decent at several combat skills. Accomplished as a mason, a skilled metalsmith. So we'll just leave them as mason, grower, and metalsmith, and they can find their own tasks to do. Oh, and they play the Danman. Look at that. We have a Danman, and we have another Danman player. And interestingly enough, the other Danman player is also a mason, Moldath. So Lycot, you will find we're well equipped for your self-expression through the single note, large wooden, no, not wooden, large stone drum. And they've got some combat skills. Metalsmith and grower. Yeah, we'll just leave them on all those things. Okay, let's see who else is coming. Oh, looks like a donkey. Yep, another donkey full. So that'll be some good meat and hide and such later once it grows up. We got another brewer. Id Uzolular. This one's also a Marksdwarf and a trapper. Okay, we're going to say right now, leave the trapping to the experts, Id. So we'll just go into their farming related. Actually, it's not farming related, it's hunting related, and turn off trapping. These other things don't matter so much. But there you have it. So Id is not going to be a trapper. We can leave him as a brewer, but the most interesting thing is the Merksdorf ship. So we're going to actually just go ahead and assign Id right now into our incomplete Merksdorf squad. They should be at the top of the list. There they are, Id Uzolular. Now Id's going to just train in crossbow non-stop. And we resume and see if anybody else shows up. That's it. Nice short little migrant wave. That time we have gained 6 dwarves, so we better make 6 beds and 6 doors. Make these out of wood this time. Just do 6 wood doors. And look at that. The fortress grows. What's our population up to? 66. It's getting bigger. And we could make it get bigger quicker if we just built a whole bunch of expensive metal items, but we don't need to do that. So this one's continually making copper helms. We should consider making armor out of other materials besides copper. The copper armor wasn't not exactly a joke, but it's more like a practice armor for when we actually get decent materials. But looking at the wiki, it's not super obvious which materials would be the best ones to actually use. So we're just going to leave that for now and hopefully figure out soon what's the best metal we have to make them out of. It seems that we don't have any good metals, basically, for that. And that's okay, we'll live with it. So we've got a new peasant. What can they do? 10 Ragbomb Wreck. We could assign them to help the smoothers. We should have a couple of dwarves who are currently smoothing. Perhaps they're not currently smoothing. But we do have a couple dwarves who have been assigned to smoothing. Namely, let's see, Melbil, Larlimul, Stodir Gatizasab. That's our new wood burner. We'll unassign them from, oh, that's stone crafting. Oops, they're not a stone detailer. Stone detailers are Zuglar, Cattlemanam, Nish, Othilkanos, and Aerith Lecadlor. But they're not doing it. Where's Nish? Where's Aerith? This is one of the more challenging parts of Dwarf Fortress. So Aerith has decided that Aerith, that is he, would rather lug a stone rather than do his assigned task of detailing the stone. Why, Aerith? All these areas are set to detail. It's most likely because the detailing is at a lower priority, and they just figure they'll do all the hauling first, and then they can start detailing the stone after that. But while we're at it, we can make that new peasant a stone detailer. Ton Ragbomrek. We could also make them a food gatherer. How's our food looking? We have 378 plant, if you look at the left side there. We have 547 seeds, which can be planted. We have a load of drinks. Perhaps we even have more drinks than we need. Maybe. Just maybe. And we have 536 prepared meals and lots of meat too. So we're really set for food at the moment. So we don't really need them to be a plant gatherer. So we'll make Ton a stone detailer. Ton is easy to find because Ton is a peasant. So we can just go to peasant Ton like this and press PL and go to stoneworking, stone detailing. There, now we have 4 stone detailers. Magnificent. Now let's just watch the drama of these dwarves leaving with their carts. Look at them go. Oh, she has created a toy boat. Who could have seen that coming? A toy boat indeed. It's an orthoclase, which is a yellow stone toy boat. And she claimed it as an heirloom in the name of a family ancestor. That's neat. Rovod Silvery Scalded. Okay, let's check it out. Oops, not that. Shift L. Gicastros, the Skewered Decision, an orthoclase toy boat. Worth 8,400. Not our most valuable artifact, that belongs to the armor stand. But it's better than the mitten. The leather mitten, yes, our first artifact. So valuable. So valuable sentimentally. Now let's get a look at this orthoclase toy boat. This is a orthoclase toy boat. It is, of course, of the highest quality because it's an artifact. So it's yellow stone, and it's got circles of yellowstone gems. That is stone cut to look like gems. And it's got hanging rings of yellow stone and leather spikes. It's always odd when they put spikes of leather. What is a leather spike? Do they round it into a leather shape? Oh, and it's got an image of altars. Interesting. So it's a boat with an image of altars and another image of a wren man in Chrysocolla. Now that's kind of cool. So we can imagine that this is like perhaps a religious barge that's been rendered in the shape of a toy boat. It's yellow stone, and on it is a little bright green gem sculpture of a birdman. Specifically, he's a wren. And some altars as well. So it's a stone boat sculpted with little stone altars and little bright green gem birdman. Not bad. We can trade that away, or we could even put it on the pedestal instead of that old mitten. Oh, that would be disrespectful to the mitten, wouldn't it? Wow, these dwarves are working away busily. It's good to see that our bone and tooth stockpile's wearing down. Oh, we have somebody hunting. Interesting. We don't want that. That's one of the new migrants, Thob King Catten. See, this humble dwarf thought we had checked and made sure that nobody was hunting as they arrived, but evidently not. It must be because when they arrive, it says they're a Marksdwarf. It does not say they're a hunter. So Thob King Catten, you are going to stop hunting. They probably just went and injured some poor animal too. No doubt there's some critter bleeding on this hill. Let's see if we can find it. Do we see blood? Oh, yes, we do at the top right. See that little flashing thing? That would be a bolt, and no doubt some blood. Let's see. Wombat blood. Yeah, we've been hunting wombat. Oh, lots of arrows have been shot. Hopefully they weren't too valuable arrows. There's the wombat. Oh, it was killed? Oh, it's a corpse. And they were silver bolts, by the way. Well, that's actually decent. The hunter killed us some meat, so as much as we would have preferred not to have killed it, we'll certainly not waste the meat. And it would seem that that was our only hunter. But let's just have a quick look over to Dwarf Therapist and refresh it and make sure nobody's set to hunt. Hunting, this column right here. No hunters. Perfect. Head on back to the fortress. And unpause. Let's check on our miners. How are they doing? We've given them lots of time to mine. Oops, that's the useless help menu. At least this humble dwarf has never found much use in it. So they're not mining. It seems that everybody's just obsessively storing things right now. That's great. Let's look at this stockpile. See, we were planning to do the stockpile, and then that whole artifact thing happened, and we never have done the stockpile yet, so it's time to expand the everything pile. Just as a little refresher, this is what it allows. Everything except for we deny other large tools and furniture because that's our step ladder, which we want to keep outside for the fruit. We allow ammo and coins. We deny these things. We deny the big chunky things that have stockpiles elsewhere. Finished goods is sort of the bread and butter of the everything stockpile. Leather and cloth are our base materials. Wood is big and chunky and goes elsewhere. And trap components and weapons, these are all good things to store. So we're going to clear the stockpile so that it's all one big stockpile. Because in this version of Dwarf Fortress, there is no way to add to an existing stockpile. So the only way to make one continuous stockpile is to remove the stockpile that's there, which we just did, but it's not visible because it was under something else. So now we're really designating a stockpile. And there it is. And we'll just go into queue, call it everything. It's not really a misnomer, but it's understandable enough. So any animals we have can be enabled to go in the stockpile. Not food, yes, furniture, but not the other large tools, the ladders. Not those three things. Yes to ammo and coins. No to bars and blocks. Yes to finished goods, leather and cloth. And yes to armor and sheet, and this one was our default. So there, everything stockpile's been remade, bigger, better, but mostly bigger. And it'll hold stuff now, just the way it should. Just the way Galak intended. We have a stray llama. We should butcher that llama. But first we better butcher that old wombat corpse, don't you think? I want to waste the wombat. It's still there. How old is this wombat corpse? It's the fresh one, is it not? So this wombat corpse right over here. So you'd think somebody would be harvesting this. It's covered in wombat blood, understandably. Oh, that's a bolt. We have to highlight the corpse to see a description of it like that. The plus key. Enter to view the corpse. This is really covered in blood, as you would really expect. And let's see the description. This is a wombat corpse. Perfect description of a wombat corpse. Okay, so let's just tell our butcher to butcher it. They probably won't, because most likely it's too far away. And strangely, the hunter did not want to bring their kill back. Normally a hunter would kill the wombat and then lug its recently deceased corpse back to the fortress, back to the butcher shop. But that one doesn't want to, and didn't want to. So hopefully by assigning it here, they will actually notice that they can butcher an animal and will do so. Now what is this llama doing here? Is this a new llama or something? It's just wandering. It's wandering in a place where it doesn't belong. It's very strange. This big L, the white L. L for llama. It's woolly. It's tall. It's sort of wandering back to its pasture. This almost looks like they're leading it to slaughter, but it's not. So let's just, first we'll check the pasture out here, just make sure everything's been pastured. We do actually have some new animals that haven't been pastured yet, so we'll just pasture the donkeys. The piglets are going to go inside, the piglet and the sow. Anything with no 3 green lines on the right is not pastured. Dogs aren't supposed to be. The llama, though, it's grayed out in those brackets, which means it is pastured, but not here. Why is it still gray? Unknown. But, oh, it must be because it's not currently in the pasture. And then we'll go over here and pasture the other pigs. As you can see, these 2 pigs, there's a pink pea and a red pea, those are pigs. They're in the meeting hall, right next to the well, right next to the beautiful armor stand and all our instruments and everything. So we'll pasture the pigs over here with the other pigs in the pig and chicken and such pen. Just the way it ought to be. Sow, piglet, bam, pastured. We're starting to have too many animals, which is kind of good, because then we can butcher them and get more meat and soap. That's why we really like animals, for the soap. We've actually caught another 2-legged rhino lizard. Oh, right. We assigned our trapper to trap, but we only assigned him to trap once. So we need to actually create an ongoing trapping order. What's it called? It's not called trap. It's called something about live animal. Catch live land animal. 0 for unlimited, and there we go. Catch them all. Go catch them all. We should create some cages. So we're making loads of copper bolts. We're making copper helms. Let's just make some armor. What's the best metal for armor? We're going to have to check that again. So we'll consult the wizard known as the wiki. Just let the dwarves run for a minute while we do this. Superior metal rule, perhaps that's where we'll find it. So in order of metal tiers, copper is not very good. Bronze and iron are good. Steel is very good. Silver is very bad. So if we could make bronze, we'd be pretty happy. But we can't, because bronze requires tin, and tin requires cassiterite ore. We do not have cassiterite ore. As you can see, it's red out there. We can't choose to smelt it. And we cannot choose to make bronze bars because we just don't have the materials. So literally the best we can make right now is copper, unless our dwarfies dig deep and find something. Come on, guys, dig deep. Unless they go and find ourselves either some tin or some iron, the best we can do is copper. So, you know what they say, copper's better than nothing. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and make an order for copper. First, we're going to tell them to stop making copper helms because, hey, we have a few, all right? Headwear, check it out. How many copper helms do we have? 24. That'll do. That'll do plenty for now. So what we'll do is make all other kinds of copper armor. So Q, copper, and then what kind of armor do we need? We've got helms, so boy, there's a lot of options here for copper. The armor will just be nestled in somewhere in the list. There it is, forged copper. Breastplate, mail shirt. So we'll probably go with breastplate. We'll make lots of copper armor. Q, copper greaves, 20. Q, copper boot. We'll do high boots, 20 pairs. Q, copper gauntlets. We'll do 20 pairs. And that should do it. Helm, gauntlet, boots, breastplate, greaves. Shield. We also need shields. We'll make 20 of those. And then we'll be well equipped. Although we don't really need 20 shields. Because we have a squad of Mercs dwarves. So we'll make a squad of 10 melee dwarves and a squad of 10 Mercs dwarves. And while we're at it, we might as well make some axes. But first, we'll go into the shields. D for details. Just enter to set details. It's not letting us. We'll just cancel that order and remake it. So Q, new order, copper shield. So we'll say 10 of these. 10 for the axe squad, and we'll make some copper axe. Battle axes, yep. 10 copper battle axes, so that'll equip our first copper battle axe squad, which we'll make pretty soon. Pretty soon. Perhaps not quite yet. What do you think? Should we make the copper battle axe squad now? Do we have the dwarf power? Do we have enough spare dwarves? We actually do. We have so many dwarves. We got a couple smelters. We got a glass maker. What's Eder and Alaska book up to? Probably not much. We're just going to glance over at Dwarf Therapist. Eder and Alaska book is a bower, a bow maker, gathering plants. So their main task right now is gathering plants. But we actually have 4 dwarves on plant gathering, which is more than we need. So we're going to unassign a couple of those. In fact, why don't we all have a look at Dwarf Therapist together? So we just unassigned a couple dwarves from plant gathering. And we'll start making a list in our other window of who's going to be in the new military squad. So Eter Nalaskabuk is a strong candidate. They don't seem to have any useful labors enabled. Glassmaking, dyeing. And then the other one we've just disabled from plant gathering seems to be a great candidate as well. Cog Zaskosmer. They're not really doing anything right now. So that's right, Cog, you're going to join the Axe Squad. It's truly quite prestigious. Now there must be some other dwarves who aren't very much occupied. Id Uzolular is already in a squad, we think. Id Uzolular, are you in a squad, Id? Yes, they're in the Deadly Fountains. So that's our merc squad, which is perfect. Just remove them from this list for now. Thob King Catton, that's our new carpenter. One of them. So they're good with the axe. So we can make them an axe dwarf. So we've already got Cyril doing some carpentry for us. So that frees up Thob. Thob can remain on that duty, but we'll add them to the list to be an axe dwarf. It's getting bigger, the list of axe dwarves. We don't typically let peasants do this because peasants have this weird thing where when they finish their military duties, they feel bad about the fact that they're a peasant. So first we like to train them to not be a peasant. And then they can leave and enter the military at will without getting all depressed. But this one, Stinthad Aitonrutad, they're doing very little, just animal training. So they're going to learn to swing an axe. You learn to train, now you learn to kill. Stinthad Aitonrutad. What about Deller Ablelbatan, herbalist, fisher, and cook? These are not really things we need. We'll just double check that we have enough cooks already. Yeah, we already have, as you can see, Alath and Bemble are both cooks. So we don't really need Deller to be a cook. And same goes for Urvad, Bucket Moral. Are they already in a squad? Nope, Urvad's not in a squad. So all the current cooks who are essentially extra cooks, they can go ahead and become part of the military. So Urvad, what was their name? Urvad Bucket Moral. The cook to become an axe swinger. That puts us up to 5. We could use a few more. Let's see who else is unoccupied. What about brewers? We have a brewer who's rather new, Onal Lorbamerith. Yeah, they're a brewer, but we've already got Erdim Phykodkishan Brewing, Zanig Bomrekirdim is a brewer too. Oh, goodness, we have another brewer who's also a small animal dissector. That's a top priority candidate, aren't they? but they're already in the squad, so forget that. It's the ones with bold names that are in squads, it would seem. So, but this latest brewer, Zanig, they're already in the squad. So we won't be taking Zanig. Was there another brewer we were looking at? Oh no, Lord Bemerith. They don't have a bolded name. So yeah, oh no, Lord Bemerith can join the Axe Swingers. Oh no, Lord Bemerith. And what other useless professions can be drafted into the Dwarven military? Fish dissection? That's already on our list. Just see who else is a fish dissector for fun. Momas. Fycodshed. This one's basically a fishing dwarf who's not found a purpose in life. So Momas, Fycodshed is going to join the squad. That brings us to 7, so we're looking for 3 more dwarves who aren't doing a whole lot. Now we would draft Reg Eidolon, but Reg Eidolon we thought was our star plant gatherer. What happened to Reg Eidolon? Reg Eidolon's the one who was somewhat hurt by a giant Kia. So we're going to have a look at them in game, if we can find them. There they are, fishery worker. What's your deal, Reg? Reg seems to be missing clothes or something. But yeah, they're not a plant gatherer or nothing. They're just out here doing their thing. They've still got some remaining injuries. Let's see the detailed description of his injuries. Where is that? It's somewhere on the screen. Maybe he wasn't injured. Maybe he's recovered. Because he had like an artery torn. He's, as you see in the middle, it'll tell us. His upper body bears the marks of old wounds, a straight scar. His lower body, a very short straight scar. His left hand, a massive straight scar. And his left foot has a very long straight scar. So he's covered in straight scars from the claws of the giant Kia. This was the one, as you can see at the top right, he was afraid, reliving, experiencing trauma. That's the Kia. So this one has had some issues, but he's recovered enough. He's ready. He appears to have full use of his hands. Let's actually check in the health screen, just to make sure he can use his hands. And then if he can, we'll put him into the squad. He can carry a shield and carry an axe. He can fight. Where are you, Reg Eidolon? He's somewhere in this list. Oh, we can find him by his injuries. Yes, possibly. Because we see that like when it shows those yellow arrows, that shows that there's something over that way. This person cannot stand. Oh, that's him, Reg Eidolon. Okay, maybe he doesn't go in the military. He's still using a crutch. That means he's only got one arm free. So we should probably give Reg some kind of relaxing profession. We can make him a crafter or a stone smoother. We'll jump on over back to Dwarf Therapist and have a look at Reg Eidolon. This is really what happens as you get to a more advanced fortress, a fortress with more dwarves in it. Let's make him a clothier in recognition of the fact that he's not wearing a shirt. So we'll make Reg Eidolon a clothier, and then we'll hop over back to in-game, and we'll actually allow him to start making clothes. So let's decide where to put the clothes shop. We've got all our kind of like tanning, butchering, animal asheries. This is like where we make soap and where we make food. Up here, this is where we make stone. We've got leather there, so it makes sense to put the cloth next to the leather. So let's do a little digging, literal digging, and dig it right here. Brooke says get Reg to make a shirt for himself. That is Barbara. And we will indeed do so. 'Tis a good idea. Reg has been blessed with a golden crutch for his inability to walk, and Reg will now be our first official clothier. We do already have some other clothiers, perhaps some more skilled clothiers, and we have one by the name of Minkot Letmosigun. But Minkot's also a wood burner. So we've just unassigned Minkot from clothes making, and Reg is going to be our clothes maker. He is going to like it. Now it's strange, in fact, all our miners are not mining. They're all just storing items. Very strange. That might be a problem that we have to deal with. But for now, let's just assign this to top priority. Then maybe the miners will actually mine. We're hoping that this starts to flash, and it did indeed start flashing. That right in the middle, you see that flashing screen. A two-legged rhino lizard is not its way out of confinement. Okay. This is something to deal with. Where is ye rhino lizard? Bring us to it. Down here, apparently. But there's not even a cage there. Strange. So we were hoping to use that message to find the cages so we can dump all the old wooden cages, which are of no use. That'll have to wait, because that rhino lizard seems to have escaped in a place with no cage, strangely enough. Escaped from a cage, but there's no cage there, so we'll just let that be. We're just going to order a couple barrels while we're looking at it, because the seeds are not in barrels, so let's make like 20 more barrels to hold seeds, food, what have you. And now it's ready to make the clothier's workshop. K for clothier. Toss that there, and we will make it out of soap. Definitely not. Soap is much too valuable. Make it out of marble. We have an adult dog. How nice. And let's actually just slaughter something, since that reminds us. What animals do we have? We have llamas. Basically we're not planning on breeding the llamas. So let's slaughter a llama. Yep, for now that's what we'll do. And we'll get that clothing shop built. Reg, hopefully we'll go build it. He's storing an item in stockpile at the moment. Now he's going for a drink. We forged 10 silver maces. Oh, perhaps we don't need those copper axes just yet. Silver maces are actually a strong weapon. So let's cancel the copper axe. Our first military squad can be a mace squad. So we'll cancel the copper axe order for now. We'll follow Reg Eidolon. And we'll just note that our first military squad will be silver maces. Very good. Well, let's watch him get his drink. Go, Reg. What are you going to have? Oh, he's drinking. Let's see what he's drinking. Some purple amaranth beer. This humble dwarf is not even sure what purple amaranth looks like. Now, why is Reg going to store an item? We should make sure he's really a clothier by trade. Crafts, he is. Yes, clothes making. Perfect. Now we're going to follow Reg. And we're going to look at purple amaranth. What is it like in real life? The Dwarf Fortress doesn't even, the wiki, that is, the Wizard of All Knowledge, doesn't even describe what purple amaranth looks like. So we're going to check the other oracle, which is known as the image search. Amaranth is like a nice, brightly colored plant. It forms stalks of bright purple flowers. So he was drinking a beer made of flowers. And another question has popped up in the chat. The question is, do we have a tavern? Indeed, we have a lovely tavern. It is right here. It is called the Barricaded Mushroom of Beers. Right there. It's got a chest, a beautiful armor stand, a well, and perhaps even some instruments. It should have 3 instruments by now. And it has a little tiny 2x2 dance floor. But we're not welcoming visitors because we don't want them to steal our artifacts. We are greedy about those artifacts, and for good reason. So we'll check out the location details. Indeed, it has 3 instruments stored in instruments 3. So that is the Danman that we made, along with couple of other things. Will this show our instruments? Musical instruments. We have a muskox bone kivish, a marble zithis, which is a musical bowl, and the danman, which is a large stone drum. And it doesn't look like Reg has begun making the clothing place yet. But that's okay. He can get to it on his own time. For some reason, it's more important to store an item in a stockpile. Another question comes from Barbara. Have we started to engrave walls yet? As you can see on our designation screen, we have told our dwarves to engrave walls. Whether we've started yet or not is another question, it would seem. Perhaps priority 4 is not high enough to actually get them to do it, because our dwarves seem to be obsessed with storing things in stockpiles. They're doing so much of that. It's like they don't want to do anything else. And we're going to just now do this old stockpile we were planning to do, which is our bones and teeth and all those gross little pieces of animals, but they're useful for making stuff. Bones and teeth, etc. So these can be used for making crafts. So we'll just do the ones that are actually useful for crafts. That would be these ones. So skulls, bones, teeth, shells, horns, hooves, hair, wool. Not the really gross ones that'll rot and make miasma, but just the good ones that we keep inside so they don't go bad so fast. And we're just going to let our dwarves do some stuff. Let them store things because they seem to think that's what they really need to do. Oh, and it looks like we have space for our new wood furnaces down here. Better get them going, as we will have lots of wood to burn and lots of charcoal that we need. That'll help us get these 4 metalsmiths forges up here all active. It seems like 3 of them are active. We had 3 dwarves working there just a moment ago. This one's apparently a stone crafter, but they're also an armorer. Handy. So we're going to make, it seems, some low quality armor with these less experienced armorers doing their thing. And that's okay. So Urvad is no longer going to render fat because we don't have any fat to render. Well, that makes sense. Maybe we should slaughter another animal. Let's see if the butcher shop is still full of stuff. We just don't like it to be full of stuff because, yeah, see, it's full. Because if it's left with meat in it, the meat will start to rot and go bad, and that's just not nice for your dwarves. It makes them very unhappy. So we'll wait till they clear away those llama parts, and then we'll slaughter something else, perhaps another llama. As you can see up here in our refuse pile, there are these little symbols which stand for llama nervous tissue and llama cartilage. These are the 2 products from an animal that cannot be used. There's nothing useful you can do with nervous tissue and cartilage, so it just goes to the refuse pile. A nice outdoor refuse pile so it'll rot away nice and quickly and be safe for our dwarves so it doesn't rot inside and create nasty smells of miasma. Now since we're downstairs, let's build the rest of the beds. The beds have been constructed, so we just got to place them. Or they've been built, so now we construct them. It's one of those. Anyway, the beds are going down. And there's one more bed down here that needs to be placed. And assuming this humble dwarf has done their math correctly, every dwarf now has a bed. Once these are placed, we'll create bedrooms out of them, and then every dwarf will be able to have their own special little bedroom. Now the game appears to have frozen. This is somewhat worrying, as yeah, that was a real heart stopper there. We'll just save the game, just create a safety save in case the game ever does crash, because we wouldn't want to play for multiple hours of progress and then have it all disappear somehow with a problem. So we'll just save the game and load back in, just on the off chance that something actually does go wrong, because that was very scary when the game paused or froze there for a moment. Now, we should warn you In about 15 minutes, this humble dwarf's internet will cut out. But we're going to load back in. You get to look at this beautiful loading screen. Ooh. Okay. We're back in. We're cooking. Now, hopefully it will never pause like that again, because that was scary. So once they've placed all these beds, it should be a high priority task. Let's see if they're on construct building. Once they've placed them all, then we'll assign the bedrooms. Looks like hardly anybody's actually constructing a building, but that's okay. They will. They'll construct them. Somebody's going with a bucket. What are they doing? Somebody just laid a bucket down here. Very strange. Maybe it was a child. They're just playing with it. As you can see, there's a child down here. Dwarven child. There's a... Oh, get Castros. Yeah, that's our toy boat artifact. It must be that a dwarven child is playing with it. That's good. That's a good use for that artifact. Somebody's actually going to play with it. It's worth 8,000. So you could buy several steel axes for that. But a dwarf is just going to play with it because it's literally a toy. It's kind of heartwarming in a way. Oh, there they go with a couple beds. First of the new beds being placed. Here comes another bed. Zooming up from the bottom. Look at them go. More beds coming in. Beautiful. Oh. Something about a giant kea. Okay. Goodness, this is what happened to Reg Eidolon. He had his arm torn by a giant kea. Let's just check. Is somebody fighting? So this carpenter, it said is fighting, but it also said they were hunting. So perhaps they... Yeah, this is not really a fight. This is just hunting. So there's nothing to worry about yet, it seems. There's been no giant keas engaging just yet. But our dwarves are scared of them. And they must be close, because our dwarves are scared of them. That means trouble. But it also means a chance for our Marks dwarves to get some real world experience. We're just checking the keas one by one to see where they are. And you can look on the right side to see how high up they are. Or we can go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that kea was 9 levels above the ground. It seems that they're still rather high, but these keas, they are not too nice. They like to steal things from us. This one's far enough away on the far side. It must be one of these, perhaps, that's close. Unclear which keas are actually close enough to scare us. It could be that one right there. And it's even got something. It's carrying an item. What's it carrying? 5 of our plump helmets. Tisk tisk. Nasty thieving keas. You can be sure it stole those from our trade depot. It's just what keas love to do. They come, they steal your loot, they fly away with it. There's one straight above this yak. So let's protect our dwarves by stationing a squad. The deadly fountains, they're going to be set to move, so they'll be on defense, kea patrol. So we'll tell them to move right there, and then we'll have them just kind of hang out with their bows at the ready, crossbows that is. And here goes one right now, as you see. This beautiful Marks dwarf, this crossbow in hand. Someone was interrupted by a kea. So yeah, this dwarf made his way outside, and he's stationed there. Did he just shoot? It looks like he just shot. Let's check their battle report. Nobody's fighting, apparently. But there we see flashing. Oh, there's a kea. Right here. Maybe it doesn't show up in the reports yet because they haven't hit it. But they're shooting at it. They sure are shooting at it. Kea is fighting. Marks dwarves are fighting. Let's see if they've hit it yet. Copper bolt strikes kea in the upper body, tearing the muscle and tearing the left lung. Ooh, that's a good hit. And tore its muscle in its guts. Yeah, copper bolts are doing well. The kea vomiting, retching, falling over. So that kea is downed. That one's not going to survive. Let's see the other kea. Tearing the muscle, bruising the bone, fractured its bone. This one wasn't as badly hurt, but it is vomiting, so it may go down too. They're getting some good practice. Now these keas are on the ground. It kind of feels like a waste of bolts to continue shooting them, but maybe we should. Let's just watch the combat. It just seems like the dwarves could run in and club them to death at this point and perhaps not damage the meat. Some other dwarves are moving in for the fight. Keas will very likely die soon. They're getting assaulted with bolts. And one's dead, and the other one looks to be dead as well. Giant Kia mangled corpse. Yeah, no, we're not getting any meat off that. This one is not mangled, so perhaps we can butcher that one. That would be good if we can get some free Kia leather and Kia meat. Let's try it, see if they'll butcher it. Okay, back to work. Actually, we should keep them stationed out there just in case any more nasty Kias show up. So we'll do that. Because 2 of those Kias were flying close, so those will be the ones that we had trouble with. But if any other Kias come nearby, like they're still interrupting our yak bowl. Can't be too careful with those Kias. Oh, and we're shooting at it. Let's see if they hit it. The 3rd giant Kia is fighting. It was shot in the bone and tendon, so no lung hits, no vital organ hits yet. You can see the arrows kind of popping up here on the ground. And must be underneath the Kia. It appears to be flying away. Based on where those arrows were landing, let's take another look at this Kia. Oh goodness, there's 5 Kias fighting now. So that's, oh, it fell over, this first one. And then this one has also fallen over. So these Kias are actually pushovers. This one's just been vomiting a lot. Guts torn apart, that's why. Okay, let's let this combat play out. There's a Kia downed, possibly dead. Okay, we'll set this to repeat the butchering task in case there's multiple Kias we can butcher. That Kia is getting nailed with copper bolts, and dwarves are piling in to beat it to death. Wow, savage dwarves. Yeah, wretches vomits, wow. It must be that that's what that thing did, but for example, the dwarves were doing other things too. So like this dwarf has been striking the Kia with his pick. Wow, that's a minor. Striking it in the head and clove its head asunder. Okay, so the Kias are dwindling in numbers, to say the least. 3 left alive, 4 deceased. Let's see if the fight's still continuing. Looks like they're walking back to their station, the squad. Appears to be getting more peaceful. Let's find out where the remaining Kias are. Go to this one. It's flying. Is it leaving? Where are we? It's near the top of the map. So that's 1 Kia. Let's check number 2. Go to unit. It's over at the far left side of the map. Looking like it should probably leave. It should leave if it knows what's good for it. We don't put up with Kias anymore. And this one, wow, it's yellow. It's got a yellow square around it, which means it's been through some troubling times. It's got blood spatter. Wound status, yeah, it's hurt in the leg and knee. So this one was hit in the leg. We'll see if it's learned its lesson. Does it come back to fight or does it leave? If we look at the right side, we can see as it moves up and down. We zoom way out, we can see kind of which way it's going. So it is still able to fly. It was only hit in the leg. So yeah, it's sort of like milling around in the air. Let's see how high above the ground it is. So we're on the Kias level and we go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 levels above the ground is where that Kia is flying around. Wow, that was exciting. Our dwarves got some experience shooting. Nobody got hurt, it seems like, hopefully, from our team. And we might have even got some free Kia meat, if we're lucky. Are they butchering something? Let's check if the butcher shop is actually active. It's not. They did cancel the butchering an animal, so they may not be able to butcher these keas. We'll just try signing it one more time and see if they'll actually try to do it. Whew. Wow, okay. Hey, why hasn't this bed been built? Should put an unbuilt bed there. Unsuspend that. So we'll have to assign that bed as a bedroom once it's placed. Back to the everyday life, giving our dwarves places to sleep. The keas have perished. The great enemy defeated. Unless the last few keas decide to come back and swear revenge, but that would be mighty unwise of them if they did so. They would only meet the same fate as their brothers and sisters who already came to us. That'll teach them for stealing our plump helmets. Now it looks like all the beds are properly assigned. Looks like we accidentally dug out a wall in between two bedrooms right here. So this is somewhat problematic. We'll just mine this, fix it right there, mine that out. And then, oh, the problem is there's no room to have a proper full-size bedroom. So we only have a small bedroom there. So we'll just build an actual wall. Build, and then press capital C, and then W for wall. We can make an orthoclase wall because there's so much orthoclase lying around there. There, so we've got a nice orthoclase wall to block that up. There's a little dwarf here, child playing with the artifact. They're just playing make-believe, but they're right in the same square with the artifact boat, so they're possibly playing with that toy boat. Now this is probably as good a time as any other to do a tour. Here's the river. It's pretty clear to see. All these weird white things are some kind of plant. Cloudberries. For some reason, those are not edible. And these weird little like sideways 8s are boulders, marble. All these weird little, everything's weird and little, yes, this is Dwarf Fortress. All these weird little plants are the plants we're going to gather. Ratweed, apple leaves. There's also some saplings. You can see wherever the yellow X is, that's where we're pointing and what we're looking at in the top right. Here we have some copper bolts that have been shot at keas and have fallen on the ground. They're currently forbidden, but we can press F to claim them. That'll let our dwarves pick them back up again. In fact, there's an easy way to do that quickly. You'll go to the stocks in the Z and then stock screen, and we look at ammunition. And we can look at these things and see anything that's got that F next to it. That's forbidden. They naturally forbid ammo that they've shot, so your dwarves don't immediately run back out to pick up their ammo, because that can be very dangerous in a fight. If you're fighting goblins and you shoot at them and then somebody is very thoughtful and goes to pick up that bolt that lies at the feet of the goblin army, that could be dangerous. But we're safe now, so we've told them to go pick up their ammo, unforbidding it. You see some strange red squares appearing and disappearing, kind of like smoky. They seem to have stopped, but those were leaves falling from the trees. Speaking of trees, these O's, big O's, goose eggs, those are tree trunks, and if we go up, which we're about to do, up, we can see the leaves and twigs and branches of the trees. See all this open space. There's some trunks. We can go even higher and look at more trees. More levels of the trees. We're looking at cross sections of the trees all the way up until there's no more trees. A strange white thing here. What is this? It's just, oh, it's a flower, a cherry flower. Nice, these cherry trees have white flowers. Pretty. And we're back at the fortress level. Now we can sneak underground. If you look at right here, there's a sort of blue down arrow. That means that you can go down there. There's something below. It's actually a slope down. So we can look down here and see this passageway of water. This leads into our well. So we dug this off early in the fortress, and we made a little underground U-bend, which is, this is the bottom of our U-bend, and then it comes up, and there's a gate, and this gate is to protect us from any fish or creatures in the water that may try to swim up. And we have our underground water channel full of water, as you can see at the top right. It's 7 out of 7 full of water, and just a dusting of mud, which is not too much to drink. And that leads over to here, and we go up a level and up another level, and we're in the fortress. There's our well. This little O-like thing, that's a well. This is a backpack right here. This is our tavern. It's a beautiful artifact armor stand. It looks like musical notes, but it's an armor stand, you know it. These are some tables. Lovely tables to eat at. Some chairs next to them. Or sorry, these are the chairs. These are some tables. And then down here we have our farm plots. Farming all the dwarven crops of plump helmets and such things. Down here we're farming in our greenhouse. To make a greenhouse in Dwarf Fortress, you just have to dig up to the surface and then build a floor. So this is why there's a wood floor made of logs. So we dug out that and made a hole so the light can come in. It comes through this wood and down to the farm plot, so we can plant outdoor crops inside any season of the year. Down here we have our Farmers Guild. It's not very active, but it's there. You can't really see it, but it's there. Now over here we have the beds. They look like a little bed with a blanket on it pulled up. And then we have some doors, the bedrooms. This here is a downward staircase to lead down to the other bedrooms. As you can see, lots of dwarves are sleeping, having a nice rest. Somebody's coming to mine out this wall and building this little wall we built here. Or they're not mining that. We don't know what they're doing with that. Doing something. And over here we have the stockpile. So they head down here. These percent symbols are actually barrels. So every time you see these percent symbols, that's a barrel. And these X's, the brown background, black X, that's a bin. Bins are used to store things. We've got barrels, which are used to store food. Maybe we can find one that's full. If we look at the top right, see oaken barrel. We're looking for one that says like cheese barrel. There you go. So we look at that and you can see all the yak cheese and pig cheese that's inside this barrel. There's a lot in this barrel. They sometimes put seeds inside barrels too, but apparently not this one. Maybe these ones will have seeds in them. Yeah, there's a seed barrel. Lots of acorns. Oh, pigtail seeds. Oh, the seeds are inside a bag inside the barrel. Maybe that's why our dwarves aren't storing seeds inside barrels, because they have to be inside a bag inside the barrel. We also got cloth. Kind of looks like a little roll of cloth. May also look like a goblin pit, because that's what goblin pits look like too. This kind of weird C is a mechanism made of stone. They're used in all kinds of dwarven machinery. And then we have our stockpile. It's just full of stuff. Oh, this wall's been smoothed. So most of our walls are rough hewn, but this one here is smooth. This is a marble pillar, so that would have been smoothed as well. Our engravers have finally started smoothing the walls, which is nice to see. Down here there's a quiver, which kind of looks like a backpack. It's the same spread as the backpack. But yeah, these ones with the O's and the weird two lines are actually walls that have been engraved. So that they kind of form a pattern based on what walls there are next to them. And down here we have all our workshops, which are easiest to view in this queue mode. Still our kitchen, ashery, soap making workshop, tanner shop, butcher shop, the kennel where we catch vermin and train them as pets, like we can have pet rats. Another kitchen for rendering fat. And these little squiggles are fat or tallow that we have saved up. This is where we store the lye. Speaking of which, let's make some lye for fun. We need to make ash first. Yeah, we'll just do some of that too. And there we have some more workshops. Crafts Dwarf, they make all kinds of things. So the workshops don't look like much usually, but if you go into the queue tool, which is what we're in, you can mouse over them or cursor over them and see what they are. These are the 4 wood burners. We use this to make charcoal, which we use to fuel our smelters over here. And the smelters make bars of metal. They take the ore and melt it into bars. And then the bars go up here to the metalsmith's forges and make all kinds of armor and weapons and large serrated discs, and good things like that. Now over here we have a little stockpile of bones and teeth and things that are used for making crafts. Down here, this flashing area is the archery practice room. It's the barracks for our Marks Dwarf squad, the crossbow dwarves. And they shoot at these white X's over here. These white X's are archery targets. That's how our dwarves like to practice, and that's probably why they were so good at hitting those keas repeatedly. We've got a little stockpile of soap there. Soap comes in bars. It's made from all kinds of animals and their fat. We can look in this barrel. Actually, it's a bin, this X. It appears to be empty, so maybe there's no soap in the soap stockpile right now. Now let's go downstairs. We're down into the first level of the mines. We have a nice ore stockpile here. We just let them kind of pile the ore in a convenient place. We also have a large and full stockpile of stone. Now it looks like they might be pulling stone from down here too. That's okay, they can do that. We want them to pull the stone from the rest of the fortress to clear it away, because as you can see there's still a few these chunks, marble, these chunks of marble. Oh, there's also kimberlite, orthoclase, lots of stone lying around. But that's not too bad, that's okay. And then we just have all the weird symbols that represent the different rocks. Like this is orthoclase, this is diorite. Diorite's magma safe, so you can use it to build channels for your lava and such. There's olivine, which is a green stone. You can see a piece of it there, green rock. There's some gold nuggets lying around. We might smelt those into gold eventually, gold bars, but it's not that important. Then there's some zircons. These are gems, all these stars. So there's zircon gems. There's some quartzes. Here's some gems that have not been mined yet, quartz. And the ones that are green are ones that we've told our dwarves to start mining. So they'll get down here, and whenever they feel good and ready, those miners, they can start mining the tetrahedrite and other stuff. Like this one actually is flashing, because that means the dwarf is ready and on their way to go mine. Lastly, we should talk about the animals. Down outside, you can see pools of blood. So this red area here, this is not blood. This is leaves. Just cherry leaves or pecan tree leaves that have fallen because it's autumn. So we've got some nice, beautiful red leaves. But up here, this is blood. Kea blood, specifically. Giant kea blood. Giant keas are the enemy of the fortress. The one that nearly crippled Reg Eidolon, took away the use of one of his feet, and forces him to hobble around with his golden crutch. So we take revenge on keas, and they try to steal from us too, so it's very reasonable that we don't let them survive. So eventually some dwarf will come and grab these dead keas. They're a big capital letter K because they're giant keas. Giant keas are big, but they're not that dangerous. A couple crossbow bolts apparently is enough to take them down, as we've learned. Someone will drag those up to our corpse pile up here, or maybe the refuse pile, we're not sure. Anyway, sitting outside in an open refuse corpsey stockpile, they'll rot away, and we won't have to worry about them anymore. We also have some live animals. These are nice. This is our herd of grazing animals out here. So there's lots of grass for them, dense knot grass, dense hair grass, some more grass. And as you can see there, this little S, that's a sheep. It's a ewe, a female sheep. And then we have a yak, a yak, a yak, a yak, and a yak. 5 yaks. And we have a couple donkey foals. The ones that are red, the red ones are young. So a yak calf, donkey foal, yak calf. And the not red ones are grown. So we've got 2 mature rabbits, a buck rabbit and a doe rabbit. We better be careful. They might breed, so we should probably slaughter one soon unless we want a bunch more rabbits. And we've got a llama there, our last llama. It's white. Let's get a look at the llama. It has a long neck and is prized for its hair. Her wool is gray, ash gray. So you can just imagine this large pack animal with its gray hair and long neck. And that's really all the information the game gives you. Besides having long hair, long neck and gray hair and being a domestic pack animal, it could look like anything. We also have a yak calf. It's got long fur, which is gray. And then if we go inside, we look at the other animal set. So right here we have 4 nest boxes. That's what the flashing things are here with the white thing. It looks like a stone, it looks like marble, but it's actually an egg. So if we go in the queue view, we can see these nest boxes have been claimed. This next nest box is claimed by a hen. This one's claimed by a guinea hen. This one by a hen, and this one by a hen. So our hens are there laying eggs, and some dwarf will come and grab that egg and bring it down to the stockpile. In fact, these might be eggs. They're probably not, though. But yeah, they can bring eggs to the stockpile, the food stockpile, and then we can cook them in our kitchen, which is right over here, the meal prep kitchen. So the chickens are a nice source of food. And the good thing about chickens is you don't have to feed them. They just kind of subsist on whatever they find there. They don't seem to eat the vermin, the ticks, beetles, and snails, which are these little dots flashing you see here. Only cats go after the vermin for some reason. The chickens won't eat them, but we'll get some cats eventually, probably. And then we've got some pigs, these peas. So the pink peas are full-grown pigs, and the red peas are young, just like for other animals. The red ones are young. This is a keat, which is a young guinea hen. And for some reason there's a pool of water. That's odd, but we can ignore that. We just know there's a pool of water because on the right side of the screen it says a pool of water. So we've got a couple piggies there. There's apparently a llama inside. That llama seems to like wandering back inside. And this green tea is a turtle, a snapping turtle. That's why it's green, because it's a turtle. And that brings us to the end of our tour. You've met the animals, you've met the forges, you've met the military zone, the stockpiles, the bedrooms, the mines, the out of doors. Lastly, we can do a little look at the mountain, the outside of the mountain. There it is. This is a higher level. We can keep looking up, 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 up to the toppy top of the mountain and the dead wombat. That some irresponsible hunter decided to kill this poor wombat. This W for wombat, and it's got a red background because it's deceased, just like those giant keas. We do have a question. Barbara asks, is there a mayor's office? In fact, there is a mayor's office, but it's really not much to look at. The mayor's office is right here. Yeah, right here. It's this chair. That's his office. So it's adequate. In fact, we don't have a mayor yet. We only have an expedition leader. So we don't really need a proper office for the mayor. If we look at our nobles, N, we'll see that the expedition leader has no requirements. If you look on the right side of the screen, the word require is grayed out, which means he doesn't require anything. Same for the militia commander. The manager requires something, and so does the broker and bookkeeper. Actually, the broker would not normally. The broker only requires something because it's one person serving as manager, broker, and bookkeeper. That's Aban Ebel Tolsid. Our hard-working bookkeeper, and also the one who trades with any traders who come by. So we can look at them and what they need. View unit. See, they need a meager office, and they have a meager office. Otherwise it would be red or something. And apparently they have an opulent throne room. That is, oh, that's their office. So not only does our manager have just that little chair in the dining room, but that's actually an opulent throne room. And that, why, you might ask, is this chair in the dining room considered to be an opulent throne room? Well, that's because of the artifact right next to it. It's next to a very valuable orthoclase armor stand. It's also next to a fine well. So the value of these items, actually it's just the armor stand. Because this armor stand is inside this flashing area, next to this little chair, this office is considered to be an opulent throne room. Just fantastic. So our manager is being treated like a king, even though they just have a little chair to do their bookkeeping in. The logic of Dwarf Fortress. Let's finish getting that military squad set up, perhaps. Then we can start them training, and then they can all do their copper thing. Oh, but first we had some action with keas happening. Someone was interrupted by a kea. Well, let's unpause and see what happens. People are being interrupted. Let's see where that is. This one, interrupted by a giant kea, up here. So that's sort of towards the southwest of where the squad is. We'll just assign them to move out that way. Then they'll be able to chase down any keas they come across. They've not started shooting yet. The animals are, oh, they started shooting. There they go. And have they hit it? Let's check the combat. It looks like they have. The lung is torn. That's a good solid hit. That should do it. It was also already vomiting, so key is a goner. Where are they? What's happening? Okay, so the soldiers are running around down here crazily. This one's running all the way down here. We don't know why. Perhaps chasing a kea. Someone else just got interrupted by a kea. Where was that? Well, it was right here. That's where the squad is, so we should be well positioned to take down those keas. Oh, they're shooting again. They're shooting up towards the north. Have we taken down all the keas? Oh, they're grabbing some bolts off the ground. It looks like someone's still being interrupted by a giant kea. Someone canceled drinking over there. So we'll try moving the squad back up this way. Kind of stand it in front. A, select the squad, M, and then enter. And then space. Let's resume. Hopefully we can get rid of these keas once and for all, whether they die or if we just scare them off. There's still 3 keas. We'll follow this one. It's scared. It's flying low near the trees. It looks like it wants to come in and steal stuff from us, although it has flown up high now. Let's check on the next kea. Kea number 2. This one is injured. It's badly injured. Lung, guts. We'll see if it's able to keep itself aloft. It's still high in the sky. We'll resume. If we look on the right side and see the height indicator, that light cyan shows how high above the ground this kea that we're following is. It's slowly dropping now, but it's not dropping. It seems like it can still fly, even though it's struggling. It would be nice to see it crash to the ground. Well, it's dropping. Where is it? It's some way away. It looks like there's some bolt fire happening down this way. On some Z level, there must be a kea somewhere, because it appeared that some bolts were flying up and down through there. Oh, there's the kea. And there's in fact a bolt right there next to it, in the air. Ain't that something? There's a task on this copper bolt. We can follow this copper bolt. Oh, there, it falls to the ground. Cool. So where did that kea go? There's some bolts still flying at it. Here's the kea. It's badly injured. Its skull is hurt. Its right foot appears to be missing. If not missing, it's in bad shape. This one has a tiny scar on its lower leg. This must be the one that we shot in the leg before. Its foot smashed open, leg fractured, neck cut open, head cut open. So this one's in a bad spot too. And our dwarves are in a good spot to shoot at it. As long as they have ammo left. Hopefully they do. Oh, there goes a kea. Yep. That one's getting repeatedly shot and is downed. How many left? Not very many at this point. Only one, in fact. There's just one Kea left alive, and it's nauseous. It's getting shot at. Hopefully it'll soon plunge to the earth. We just saw some crossbow bolts singing by. But it's flying high now. Maybe it's going to escape. That would be alright too. Just get off our land, Kea. It's been flying through the air, vomiting all the way. The last hit was in the skull and fractured it and tore a tendon. So this Kea should be in real bad shape. Let's just follow it. Oops. It flew either up or down. We lost track of it. There it is. Found it. Okay, we'll follow it. It's tired. We're just following the Kea in the blue sky. As far as we can tell, it's not moving. We'll zoom way out and then we can see it's staying still, staying very still. The game is not paused. This Kea is just kind of not moving. This giant, monstrous Kea. And we're hoping to kill it or have it leave. But it looks like our dwarves are kind of not so worried about the Keas anymore, so we'll just leave the squad on standby, kind of hanging out outside until they're thirsty. Until they get the Keas leave us alone. Now we'll actually let the squad go back off duty. Because if they're thirsty, that's just annoying for them. So we'll let them there. They can all go grab a drink. They've switched back to their normal role of being hunters and trappers and administrators. But soon, most likely, they'll switch back to their other role of being mercs dwarves. So something's flying around here. Some flies. Yeah, swarm mosquitoes. This little gray square with all the pixels in the middle of it. See there, now those dwarves are becoming mercs dwarves. We can see at the bottom. Back to their normal work. Some of our walls are actually smoothed here. We see these beautiful straight lines that represent smooth marble walls and these pluses that are smooth marble floors. The fort is getting civilized. We're still low on soap. We're still having continuous problems getting lye in buckets and maybe rendering fat, getting soap. Let's see how much soap we have. It's always fun to check that. Also, it gets to check the other bars. Oh, we have 9 soap now, and that's after using some of it up, so good for you, dwarves. Keeping each other clean. And the next time somebody gets badly injured, they will be able to go in the hospital and won't get infected because they'll be soaped up. We're going to follow this Kea a bit more. It's actually flying near the treetops, which means dangerously low. Let's just send out the squad. Let's deal with this Kea once and for all. There's only one Kea, giant Kea, that is left, so we're choosing the squad now. We pressed S, and then we're going to look at the top right, and we're going to give it an attack order with K. And instead of going at the current location, we'll just press L to go to the list, and then we can press B to select that Kea, and enter. Kill giant Kea. Resume. So now let's watch the squad. So I'll scroll down to this level and try to see if, oh, there comes some soldiers. We'll follow the lead soldier. Zaneg Baumreckerdim. He's looking confused. Oh, no reachable target. Does that mean the Kea is left? It's still there. They're saying it's not reachable. Most likely because it's too high in the air. So they're just going to socialize, listen to some stories, have a nice little time while they shirk their kill order. Well, it's fair if the Kea is out of range. We can accept that. It's over there. Maybe it's landed in a tree. It's so slow and weak. Maybe our dwarves are out of ammo. Maybe that's why they won't kill it anymore. They could go pick up all this ammo that's lying around. Can't trust dwarves to figure out what's best for them sometimes. They'll just do what they will. And they always seem to get by. No, they weren't able to butcher the Keas. We told them to butcher just in case they could. We have struck some materials, ilmenite, sphalerite, smoky quartz, kimberlite. Let's see what ilmenite is. Probably nothing interesting, but you never know. Well, we do know it's not iron, but oh, it's just a stone. Yeah, it's weird that it keeps that there's an exclamation point when you struck ilmenite. Like, that's not really very remarkable, is it? It's just an unremarkable stone. Looks like these dwarves are doing well actually. Now they've really started digging at the lower levels. So we can start digging the lower levels and see what we can see what we can find. Because our best hope to find the really valuable minerals would be to keep digging down, and eventually we will find them. We'll find something more exciting than copper. That's the dream. And if we don't even find something metal-wise more exciting, at least we can find something like the caverns, because that's one of the goals of this fortress. We shall reach the cavern, and this was supposed to be mined, not stairs, so we'll make that mining. And then we'll hopefully reach the cavern. Put this some nice little long trails of mining a hole here. This won't get us to the cavern, but that's okay. At least it'll mine or something. At least the miners will be busy. That's part of it, just keeping the miners busy, because we now have lots of miners. And it looks like they've more or less stopped storing items in stockpiles. Although lots of dwarves still are, but for a while there, everybody, it seemed like, was just storing items in stockpile. And it was getting rather overwhelming, all the stockpile storing jobs. But we're mostly good now. So we're gonna have Reg make himself a shirt. The long overdue task. Reg Eidolon, the shirtless, the dwarf who had his leg injured by Kea, a giant Kea, of course, the one that made us learn to hate giant Keas. So we're gonna make something out of cloth shirt. We'll make 3 cloth shirts. Let's just make a bunch of clothes. Dress, maybe not. So we made shirts. We can make some cloaks, some robes. I'll make some cloaks, make 5 cloaks. Because the dwarves just don't get enough clothes sometimes. Make some trousers, 5 of those. We can make mittens and gloves, because they just seem to like to wear both. So 5 pair of gloves, 5 pair of mittens. And what else should we do? Cap, hood, sock, shoe. Hood or cap, it doesn't really matter. We'll do 5 hoods. And that should be just about it. And then we'll make several bags too, because it seemed like the seeds might have needed bags to go into. And bags are just good to have. How much cloth do we have? Cloth would be in the Z stocks, so we can look at, there's cloth. We only have 33 cloth actually, so we're going to run through our cloth pretty quickly there. We should start making some cloth. We have a farm workshop. That's usually where you do it. No, yeah, we can spin thread at a farm workshop. So we might want to make another farm workshop for the spinning, because this farm workshop tends to be busy just shearing the animals, making cheese, milking the animals. So let's dig. Do level 3 priority. And then we'll make a farm workshop. And that can be for the cloth spinning. Spin some thread, and then we actually need a weaver too, so we'll make the spot for that. Put that right here. So we can make thread and cloth. Now that's being quickly dug out by a dwarf. And one more dwarf's going to come and destroy that pillar. Okay, and then we can designate to smooth the walls in this newly revealed wall area here. And the floor, it's true, underneath the workshop will never be smooth, but that's not such a big deal. Farmer's Workshop W, place it right here. It could be marble, that's fine. We don't have We don't really need marble anyway, unless we find iron. Unless we find iron. The long-awaited iron. And it looks like that's been dug, so we can now build a loom, which is not L, but workshop, W for workshop, and then O for loom. Oh, and our loom's actually larger than we imagined, so we'll have to dig that a bit more. We'll do a 3x3, just like that, and then resume. And let her go, let her run. Dwarves will come up and dig this out, and then we can place our loom, and then we can weave. Do we have a weaver? Unknown. We may need to assign a dwarf to weaving. It's kind of funny how sometimes it takes longer to mine with 5 miners because each miner chooses a square that they want to mine, and then all the other miners will just wait. Oh, we've hit the cavern. Okay, be afraid. Be very afraid. Let's see if there's any useful ore here, first of all. Actually, we'd be able to recognize if there was. Oh boy. Okay, first caverns have been struck. Looks like there's water. Wow, there's actually a lot down here already revealed. Could there be some magnetite? No. It'd be nice if there was iron. We keep saying that. But there's some interesting stuff. Some mushrooms, trees, tower cap, fungi wood. Plump helmets that grow wild, that's exciting. Dead young trees. We haven't spotted anything too evil down here in the cavern yet. Granted, we haven't explored much of it. You can see down here there's some water, some more trees. Can we go even lower? You bet. More water. No wildlife as of yet, which is somewhat reassuring. There was certainly a fear that as soon as we got down here, we'd find some great beast ready to rip us apart. That's not the case, luckily enough. There's quite a few minerals, some sphalerite, galena, nothing we haven't seen before. Nice walls. The rock called nice. It's not particularly nice, but we can check the actual others. So we still haven't spotted any animals down in the caverns. So most likely the safest and smartest thing to do would be to stop mining out this way and just wall it right up. Not take too many risks just yet, but now that we've found this cavern, this will make us able to, well, we can decide when to tackle it on our own terms. And it's actually not even possible for us to get down there without climbing a wall. There's no stairs. So we'll make this out of phyllite, it would seem. What's this? What's this we have right here? Is this phyllite? Sphalerite. Oh, but it's being grabbed already. Can we make a wall out of sphalerite? Wall placement. Oh, phyllite will do. Yeah, we'll just wall that up. We don't want to go in just yet, but it's pretty nice that we've discovered it anyway. And that means that once we start digging down, we're going to be mining around all this stuff. And then we can send dwarves on expeditions, and eventually we can get down to the magma layer. Wow, we found the cavern. Cool. Hopefully somebody comes to build this wall and we can feel safe and cut off. There they go. The wall's been built. Caverns are secured. No access to the cavern. But we know where it is. And then we can dig stairs down to it and kind of go in at our leisure. Go in on our own terms, you know? Go in the caverns when we are good and ready. Which will be perhaps after we get this military squad set up. Oh no, it looks like Some of our food rotted, and we've got some purple miasma. It would actually be smart to put a door on the entrance to that area so that when the miasma does come out, it won't spread beyond the room. Yeah, there's the rotted prepared llama heart. So for whatever reason, they weren't moving the llama stuff away. Probably because the food stockpile's full. Yes, it is. So let's make our food stockpile bigger. When you start seeing rot in your kitchen, it's a sign that you have too small of a food stockpile. So we'll go designate mine. Get ready to place another storage area. Load the macro storage room. And we'll dig it out. And maybe we'll just do 2 this time. Make sure it's connected there. And then we'll do another one over here. Just like that. There you go. That's going to be dug, and then we'll designate it, and then finally they can take all that meat out of the butcher shop, and, well, then we can stop having so much rot and miasma popping up, which would always be good. There go the diggers. This should be dug out very quickly because there's 4 of them working in concert. In this case, it's not like they're all just waiting for one miner to come do it. Instead, they're all working together. Everybody's taking their own square. Struck Savarite. That sounds cool. Probably is an unremarkable stone, as most things are. It's actually a semi-precious gem. It must be that green gem we see right there. Okay, so this new stockpile is ready. So let's just continue the food stockpile. What is it? What do we have here? We disallow the basics. Yeah, we have to make sure to disallow fat and liquids, including lye. That's basically all we need to worry about for the food stockpile. So we're going to go into P to make a new stockpile. We're going to remove this food stockpile. We're going to make a food stockpile that covers this entire area. Oh, that's funny, it won't let us make it bigger. Oh, it must need to be 2 food stockpiles then to cover the whole area. So we'll do that. Go there and go there. And then we'll go here and say cool and food. Oh, we also need to remember to disallow seeds. So forbid seeds, forbid fat, and forbid miscellaneous liquids. And then here, this is also food. And settings, we'll go into food and we'll forbid seeds. This is the quickest way to do it, as far as this humble dwarf is aware. And there we go. Now they should immediately begin carrying all this stuff out of the butcher shop. Oh, they've already grabbed it. Perfect. And that'll get filed away so it won't rot. Because when you put your food into the food stockpile, then it doesn't rot. And that, my good dwarves, will give us a chance to butcher something without worrying about miasma popping up. So what should we butcher? Let's take care of a llama, another llama. Probably the easiest way to do this is through here. So we go to this screen and then stray llama, we'll say ready for butcher, slaughter, B. Could also do it through the V menu, examining the animal itself. And while we're thinking of it, we should do the farmers thing. The farmers have been waiting for a while for us to make their guild properly fancy. So let's do that. Let's make an order for some copper discs, serrated disc. We'll just make like 5 of those. That's worth a lot of money. And once that's ready, we can make a copper weapon trap, and that'll just work perfectly. Ooh, someone's been taken by a mood, and it's a metalsmith, so they'll probably make something of metal with this strange mood. Yep, they've claimed a metalsmith forge. They're going for it. So who is this? Dodok Evastatan, metalsmith, has been inspired by the Dwarven muse Peculiarly secretive. So that means it might be a little harder to tell what they want. But if they have what they want, they'll just grab it. So hopefully we're lucky and we have what they want. They just grab everything they need and it's all good. They took some leather. Interesting start for a metalsmithing project. Let's see what else they grab. Dodok. Let's see, is it a male or a woman? It's a female. So let's see what else she grabs. Oh, resume. She's begun a mysterious construction. That is mysterious. Starting it with, oh, there's copper there. So it's going to be something made of copper and decorated with reindeer leather. Not too bad. A spearman is visiting. That's suspicious. Why would somebody visit? As far as this humble dwarf is aware, there is nothing set as open to guests. Could it be the earthen owl of farming? Only members can visit, and it's not even established yet. What about the barricaded mushroom of beers? Yes. See, that's citizens and long-term residents only, so it can't be there. What about the great simplicity of holiness? All visitors welcome. Oh, that's why we still had guests. So our temple should be set not to allow visitors, so we'll just change that. So there you go. Citizens and long-term residents only. Guests are not welcome. We do not want thieves coming to steal our artifacts, as that is what seems to happen all too often when guests are allowed. Random thought, we should make some mechanisms. It's something that dwarves think when they're just sitting at home. We should make some mechanisms. So we'll do that. Mechanisms will allow us to make some traps. Make some cage traps. And cage traps are cool because they let us catch all the giant animals from outside. And also can provide a measure of safety against evil goblins and other things that might choose to attack us. So now our miners have hit sort of a confusing point because they want to keep mining, but they don't want to go too deep into the cavern. And the cavern's right there. If we mine any deeper, we go into it. We could just mine right through the cavern. And this place looks like it's a nice sort of pillar that we can mine through. We just mine past the cavern. Let's do that. So if we go straight down, from where our stairs are, they're right here. So down here, yeah, so we just have to basically wall off this area, and then who knows what else we'll have to wall off, but that seems like that would get us through. So we'll do that. So this is the staircase we want to connect right here. So I'll put an upstairs, and then we'll put a mine, just like normal. Just except that we're terrified of the cavern that's right next to us, but that's fine. We'll go down here, up. Oh, so that's a slight problem. Actually, we can carve an upstairs right there. How convenient. And then we'll build some walls instead of carving them here. We have to build them. So we'll just go put some nice healthy walls to block this in. Oh, it won't let us build until we have access to it. Okay, so we'll have to wait until the dwarves have mined down there. That should be pretty soon, so we'll just maybe watch them do that. Llama has been slaughtered, good. Yep, this dwarf is immediately going. Why is another person visiting? So strange. Oh, they must be visiting monster slayers probably, because that's an axeman. They are a guest. Let's see what's their deal. Warrior. Yeah, that's probably a monster slayer who wants to go into the caverns. Because that is a thing that happens, you know. So down, 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 down. We should probably put a little hotkey on this area to quickly skip down to it. We'll just do that. H, make this F5 because we don't plan to go to this area too often. And change name, Cavern. And then Z, so it'll take us to this spot if we push that key. So they've not started digging here yet. Certainly they will soon. We can undesignate this because we're not actually mining it. There we go. And this. So we're just hoping that a dwarf will come and start mining here, that this will start to flash. It should happen soon. Yep. Oh yeah. She created the jagged copper low boot. It's just one boot. One of those artifacts. Well, actually, that's potentially good. Because if they've created a boot, that means that it was a armor piece, which means they should be a legendary armor smith, and indeed that is the case. So Dodok Evasta 10 just became our legendary armor. In fact, just became an armor. This one's already an expert armor smith, so they can continue doing it. This one's a skilled armor smith, so we have 3 armor smiths. We're sort of short on weaponsmiths, but we have some weapons already. We'll just hold on with that for now. Let them keep making armor. But we should get that second squad assigned. So we had picked out 7 dwarves to be in the squad. Eter Nalaskabuk, Cog, Zaskosmer, Thob, Keng Ketin, Irvad, Bucket Moral, Stinthad, Aitan Rutad, Odal, Lor Bamarith, and Momaz Fakatched. So let's figure out who can be the last 3 dwarves maybe for that squad. It is the 12th of Opal, so perhaps it's getting close enough to the next season that we'll get another migrant wave soon. Opal is the middle of winter, so it would seem we should be getting a migrant wave in the middle of winter. That might make it easier to assign some people. But we can also just work with what we've got. Our peasant's no longer a peasant. We had a peasant named Tun Ragbomrek that we were kind of waiting for them to not be a peasant, so we could assign them to this task of being in the military. So maybe we'll assign now Tun Ragbomrek to the military. That can be another one for the squad. That means we need 2 more. Then we can finally make a melee squad if we pick 2 more dwarves to go in it. So if anybody's feeling inspired, just let me know which dwarf it should be as we mess around with our windows here. But let's look over at the dwarf therapist. Who is not busy and not already on the list? Could it be a woodburner? Could it be a cheesemaker? Could it be a siege operator? Cyril Arath Kodor is a siege operator, but they have already become a carpenter, so they're busy. Minkotlet Mossagun, Clothier and Miller. We do want somebody to weave, but that's okay. Actually, Minkot Amrist Monam. That one doesn't seem to be a very useful dwarf. They're a stonecrafter, and that's about it. Pump operator. Yeah, they're not really doing anything, so Minkot Amrist, you can join the squad. And finally, we need just one more. Or wait, we grabbed the wrong dwarf. We can make them both though. Minkot, both Minkots. Minkot Amrist Monam and Minkot Let Mossagun. Actually, Minkot Let Mossagun's already a woodburner, so they are occupied. We just need basically one more dwarf. It could be anybody, really. but it can't be certain professions. Like, it can't be a miner because they have a pickaxe, which confuses them. It can't be a woodcutter because they have an axe, which confuses them if they ever try to get into fighting. What about Delaire, Ablal, Batan? Are they already occupied? No, they appear to be... Oh, they're a level 11 plant gatherer. That is to say, a great herbalist. So maybe not Delaire, Ablal, Batan. What about Onal? Oh, no, Onal's already occupied. Oh, that's good. Alathragerlin, the cook. Oh, that one's a wood burner, so that's occupied. Cog Zaskosmer is on the list. What about Melbil Larlimul, a mason, armor, metal, and stone crafter? That one's probably working on metal things. Moma's Fykodshed was said to be just a fisher. Aha, that's the perfect dwarf. Okay, so Moma's... Oh, but they're already on the list. Oh, they were too perfect. Any other handy fishers? Urvad's already on the list. Ushur Mafalmuish. This one appears to be perfect, if they're not busy. Yeah, they seem to have no skills, no labor set, just a fisherman. So that's our one. Ushrir Mafal. Moosish. You shall be our 10th dwarf. This one. So now we're going to jump back over to the game, and we're going to create that squad. It's labor intensive, isn't it? So now we go to M for military. We're going to finally create the new squad. So L, create squad appointed by this leader. Start with no uniform. The geared holinesses. How about we call them the... they're going to be equipped with copper armor and silver maces. So maybe we should name them based on that. The Shining Bashers. We'll go with that for now. And now we know which dwarves we want to assign to the squad. The quickest way to do it is going to be to go through Dwarf Therapist, because in Dwarf Therapist, they're in alphabetical order. So we can more easily find them all. So we're looking for Etter Nalaskabuk, and they shall be the leader because they're the first one we assigned. There they are. And assign to squad. Deadly Fountains. No, we need to update Dwarf Therapist's knowledge base. There we go. Assign to squad. Shining Bashers. It's said it's after making any changes to squad leaders. Okay, so let's just open military squad. Oh yeah, it says vacant. That's because we didn't commit it yet. So we commit it through Dwarf Therapist, and then you don't see this, but we're looking in, confirming that person's in the squad, and they are. So now we can continue adding people to the squad. We have Etter. Now we go to Cog Zaskosmer. We assign them to squad, the Shining Bashers. Next up is Thob King Caton. Where are you, Thob? There you are. Much easier to find them in alphabetical order. Shining Bashers. Urvad Bucket Moril. You too get to join the squad. Stinthad Aitonratad. This makes us feel like we're a military bookkeeper who has to keep track of all the people, all their names and next of kin. Assigned to squad, Shining Bashers, Moma's Fykodshed. You shall be in the squad. Tun Ragbumrek. You lucky dwarf, get to wear copper armor. Minkot Amristmonam. Where's Minkot? There they are. In the squad. And finally, Ushrir Mafal. Muzish. Perfect. Now we shall look back to the game and see, have they entered the squad? No, because we haven't committed it yet, but we will. Its commit has been clicked. Now, there they are. Squad is populated. There's just one thing left to do. Make them shine. So we'll create the new uniform. Add uniform. Name the uniform. So this is copper armor, silver mace. So can we make that shorter? Copper armor, silver mace. There. And we shall add all of those things. So we'll do armor. We'll do legwear, headwear, gloves, boots, shield, weapon. But for the weapon, we're actually going to do a mace, not just whatever they want. And then we're going to clear out this one that shouldn't have been placed there. And then we're going to set the material on these to be copper, because that's what we got. Best we got. So copper everything. Yep. One by one. Legwear, copper. Handwear, also copper. Footwear, you know it. And shields, cashew wood, no, copper. The only thing that's different is the weapon, which is not a crossbow, but a mace. And it's not a copper mace. It's a mace, not a silver mace M. This menu's fun to use. You have to be very careful of where the cursor is at any time, which column it's in. But there we go, copper armor, silver mace. Armor, head, leg, hand, foot, and shield, and a mace. That's it. Material, the uniform has been created. Now we just assign it to the squad. So the Shining Bashers, their uniform N, copper armor, silver mace. Oh yes, we have to go into the squad again, but we go into E for equip. That's how we assign it. So Shining Bashers, and then we'll set it to replace their clothing because of strange bugs. And then uniform will be assigned in some way. Set them all to be replace clothing. It should be settable through the actual uniform setting. View, oh there it is, Shift U to assign the uniforms. So up here, and then we can go to copper armor, silver mace, and Shift Enter. Should assign it to all the dwarves, like that. And then when we actually go back to uniforms, equip, supplies, you just kind of look around at these things, see what there is. Positions. So the positions is the actual dwarves. The uniforms is editing the uniforms, which we are done. Equip is what each dwarf has. So this is where it tells you if they've got their gear. And if we look at the deadly founds, we see this one has a ranged weapon. These dwarves all have, if you look at ranged weapon, it's got a check mark because they have it. We don't actually own any leather armor, so they don't have leather armor, which is fine. The Shining Bashers, they are all looking to have copper armor, etc. But they don't have it yet because we haven't given them a chance to pick it up. We do actually have some copper armor, so they're going to start picking it up. And somebody has just been elected mayor. Bob King Catton, the carpenter. That means that we might want to make them a proper quarters. They have some requirements. Decent office, decent quarters, decent dining room, chest, cabinet, weapon rack, and armor stand. So this is one demanding mayor. But we can let them have that. Now there is a way to find Thob King Catton's room, so we can actually just improve their existing bedroom. That would be through R. Yeah, opulent throne room by accident. But where's Thob King Catton? That's our mayor. Our brand new mayor. They're there. Now we can press enter to view their building information. It has a bed. Okay, that's not what we wanted. We can press T to zoom to building items. That should do it. So this would be Thob's bed then, the top right. Yep, that's our mayor. Let's just dig that a bit bigger. Dig that room a bit bigger. That's one way to do it. And then we can give them, in fact, we don't even need to dig their room. We can just put that stuff in their armor. Just their bedroom needs to be a bit nicer. So the easy way to make the bedroom nicer would be to just stick a weapon trap in there. Do they actually need a better bedroom though? They don't. They just, oh, they need a decent quarters. Okay, so we can make it decent relatively cheaply. We don't have any boxes, so we'll get to that. We can ask for our dwarves to make some boxes. Perhaps some chests or coffers. We'll make a rock coffer. Just make one for now. So that can be the chest, and they also wanted some things like an armor stand, a weapon rack, so we may as well order those. So we'll go to Q for new order. We can actually make them out of metal because we have so much metal. Oh, gold. Let's do a gold armor stand and a gold weapon rack. And they also wanted a cabinet. Gold cabinet, why not? That should please a noble. So 2 chests. Oh, another chest is needed. Gold cabinet, weapon rack, and armor stand. Those can go in their office or dining room. They really need a lot of rooms, don't they? Maybe we should make sort of a little compound for the actual nobles' rooms connected to the hospital for no reason, just because it's there. So we'll do them fairly small. 3 by 2. Big for a dwarf, but small for a noble. So we've got office, dining room, and what was the third thing that they needed? There was a third room, wasn't there? So we can go back into the nobles, check that, refresh the old memory. Office, quarters, dining rooms. They already have a quarters. That's downstairs. So we don't really need to take 3 rooms for them. 2 rooms will suffice. So we'll cancel this third room. We've struck amethyst, and we should actually keep an eye on this situation. The whole cavern situation. It seems that the dwarves have not yet decided to dig quite that deep. They're digging somewhere else right now. We've struck amethyst up there. This digger is going back up. Are all the miners mining? One of them is. This one. Digging out the office, etc. Should we bother smoothing those walls first? We could. Let's do it. Let's give this mayor a nice smooth experience. Smooth office living. So we'll set that as top priority to smooth the floors in there. And not quite as top priority to smooth the walls, but slightly higher than everywhere else. There. Now it looks like the engravers have immediately run in to start smoothing. So that'll give us quite quickly some new, a nice place for the mayor. What is this weird star? Galena. Huh. It's just a rock, but it looks kind of like ore. So they're smoothing away. Those smoothers, 3 smoothers smoothing. Smoothing stone. We should add a door, a couple doors maybe, just to make the rooms feel more separated. Should we do stone or wood? We'll do wood. So those doors have been placed, and we can also place some chairs and similar things. To make an office, the easiest way is to place a chair. We actually don't have any chairs right now. So we'll just order some chairs made. Yeah. Q, chair. Chairs are wood. We can make thrones of stone, or we can make chairs of wood. And we've already ordered the weapon rack. It's not clear if it's being made yet. There's the gold armor stand, weapon rack. Those are in this one for some reason. We can set them to do now. Does this mean the cabinet's already been made? Could. We can try placing a cabinet and just see if it lets us. So that would mean we already have one built. There's cabinet, needs cabinet. Okay. If it's built, it's not in a stockpile. Just because you can't make a cabinet, can't place a cabinet, doesn't mean you don't actually have one. It just means that if there is one, it's not in a stockpile. Some dwarf is carrying it. Okay, looks like our food stockpile is filling up nicely. We are seeing some food items that are left not inside barrels, such as this fish and these plump helmets. So it could be that we need some more barrels. Let's just check our barrel stocks, because we don't want to run out of barrels. It's unclear. We'll just tell them to make a few more barrels while we're at it. Q, barrel. We accidentally just canceled a few tasks there, which is inconvenient. By pressing R, trying to write the word barrel, we pressed R twice, which removed 2 tasks. Definitely something you don't want to do. What tasks did we remove? Who knows? Well, that's going to come back to bite us, but it's kind of hard to figure it out, so we'll just not worry about it. Yep, that's the play for now. Yeah, so we'll get back to that noble's room soon when we're able to. We will be able to pretty soon. The engravers are currently engraving the barracks, or not engraving, but smoothing the floors of the barracks. Make them look a little nicer. Cancels, put item. Oh, Zuglar has run out of traps. Our vermin catcher. They have used up all the traps, it would seem. So we might want to order some more copper traps too. Let's just do that. So trap, copper animal traps. I'll make another 15. We're still relying on that trapper to catch all of our vermin. The dwarves keep on not bringing us cats after we forgot to bring cats ourselves. Just a quick check for what animals are about. Nothing dangerous. Just some armed humans. Now these bolts could be picked up. So we're gonna just go out and assign the bolts to be picked up. That's ammunition, so we'll unforbid all ammunition. And then they can pick it all up. And reuse it. All the shots that missed the keas. The dead keas. And now here come the dwarves running out to grab one bolt at a time. Like a proper dwarf should do. Oh, that dwarf actually seems to have grabbed several bolts. Oh, look at them. Industrious. That's amazing. The dwarves can pick up multiple bolts at once. The gold armor stand has been completed. That's good. Wooden chairs have been built. So we can start building the office for the noble, the mayor. There's the chair. What else should we do? Should they get a table? If we're gonna give them a dining room, it should probably have a table. So let's do that. We'll give them a dining room with a couple chairs and a couple tables. 2 chairs, 2 tables, say. So go back into this listing and we'll say table. Oops. Gotta press Q to set a new order first. Otherwise you might accidentally delete tasks again. Nagalic forbid. So there goes a couple tables. Perfect. What about that gold cabinet? Is that being made? Maybe we canceled that task. Oh, there it is. Construct gold cabinet. We'll say do it now. But yeah, it looks like it's getting pretty close to ready, so They need an office and a dining room. So the office is with a chair. The dining room will be with a table. We can put a table and a chair in each one. Let's just order a few more tables. Could even do a gold table. Why not? A couple gold tables, and then some more wood tables. Like 3 more. More than enough for that noble. We should actually make sure the smelters are smelting. Oh no, they haven't run out of stuff to smelt yet. That's good. We have lots to smelt. Platinum, tetrahedrite, gold. We'll just start doing those too. Why not? Get it all going. And silver. We can start some native silver as well. Just to kind of smelt everything that we have. And we should create a second barracks. We've got our second squad. Second squad means you need a second barracks. So let's dig out the barracks. We'll put it to the north. One barracks to the south behind some stockpiles. Other barracks in a slightly more prestigious spot up to the north. This will be where the mace dwarves train. That should be enough room. We actually should also create some boxes for them to store their gear. Supposedly they like to have boxes to store gear, and that's a part of your barracks, like a standard feature in barracks. So we'll make some more boxes. So we'll go to ordering, order some boxes, some chests. Not a Thokdeg chest, just a regular chest. Make them gold, silver, platinum. How about wood? We'll make 10 wooden chests, and then we'll make 10 rock coffers. Not coffins, coffers. So far we haven't needed any coffins. Vukar, spare us from your glorious death. If all goes well, the dwarf will soon begin digging away there. Now let's build that cabinet. Needs cabinet. What you talking? What are you saying? Oh, of course the cabinet's not quite been built yet, but perhaps it's being built now because there's a dwarf who appears to be moving with a piece of gold bars there. Oh, maybe not. This one's storing an item. That would be the armor stand. The gold armor stand. So let's see if we can build those yet. We shouldn't be able to, probably. Needs armor stand. Maybe the weapon rack? Oh yeah, we can place the weapon rack. Beautiful. Okay. And since that chair is there, we can make this the office. aka throne room or study of the mayor. Thob King Catton. So Thob officially has an office. It's not quite decent yet, but it will be. And they have a weapon rack. They need some chests, etc., etc. So let's try to make that for them. Marble coffer. Beautiful. Yeah, the mayor's quarters are coming along well. The mayor's suite of rooms. Soon this will be a barracks. Well, the cabinet's been constructed. We may as well place that. Of course, it's being hauled off to a stockpile, so we can't place it just yet. Our high boots of copper have been made. We may as well tell our Mark Dwarves actually to equip copper armor as well, because that's why we made all that 20 sets of copper armor instead of 10. So the Mark Dwarves can have their uniform, not just copper crossbows, but actually, well, let's just add everything. Legs, helm, gloves, boots. Not shield, because they won't use a shield with their crossbows. And they've already got weapon. So next we go to material and say copper and copper. This can be done with a macro, but we're not doing very many, so we're not going to bother with that at this time. There, copper. So they're all set with copper. Perfect. Now, just got to make sure that's been applied to the actual squad. That would be an E for equipment. See, it still says leather armor. So we're going to say assign uniforms. Marks Dwarf, use for squad. And that should do it. The deadly fountains. Equipment, yeah, see now they all want copper, including copper crossbows. They don't have it because they haven't had a moment to pick it up yet. But they should be able to find it all there. And it looks like they're set with their bolts. They've got metal bolts, 250 for the squad. There are numbers, random piles of bolts, and they've got wood for training, just as it should be. We do have this room ready. It's been dug out, so we're going to not bother to actually smooth under this door, but we're going to place a door. We will start smoothing the room though. Make it a slightly higher priority than their normal smoothing. For some reason the smoothing over here, one section is level 3. We'll make this level 3 as well. So they're going to smooth right here. And then we're also going to place, well, what are we going to place? A container. We don't have any containers. Somebody's making us containers. Have no fear. Some carpenter somewhere, or perhaps somebody's making a gold container. We don't know, but maybe this one ready? Nope, not yet. Oh, a barrel. That's not a container. Not the right kind of container. Mayor has mandated the construction of certain goods. That's worrying. Good thing we noticed it. What are they mandating? Large gems, 1. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. We can just order to make a large gem. What should we make it out of? Wood, rock, shell, bone. Let's make it out of bone. We probably have bone that we can use for that. Let's just make sure. That's wool. Skull. Skull. There's some bone. 18 llama bone. 18 more llama bone. So yeah, we should be fine to make some large gems out of bone. A large llama bone gem. Then the mayor will be happy. So we'll just wait a minute, give the dwarves a minute to place that. Actually, we should check on this. Yeah, they have dug down into the cavern. That's something we need to watch out for. We're just gonna basically dig through this cavern. But we're gonna try to keep it safe while we do. So we're gonna build some walls. Make this all walled in. Distance 20. Take the closest materials. And just make sure that this place is not open to the cavern, because we don't want our dwarves being attacked by all manner of strange beasties. So we'll build another wall here, which will safely enclose it. And then we can continue digging down. Set this, leave it at priority 5 as we've been doing for all our mining work, our prospecting, that type of mining. So an upstairs here, and we'll do a little mined passage. 3 squares and then a downstairs. Then an upstairs, and then 3 squares and a downstairs. And then on the upstairs, a couple squares, and a downstairs. Does that get us past the cavern? It appears it's past, at least it's past as much cavern as we have revealed. So we can then perhaps go down one more layer, or just mine out here. We'll just do a little exploratory mining here. For fun. See what's below the caverns. Is it more caverns? If it is, then we'll just stop the mining right there and dig deeper. Maybe find another layer of caverns even farther below. But there we go. Somebody should build those soon. Build those walls to protect us from the unknown things in the dock. Although we do kind of want to start collecting wood from in the caverns. But we can also do that now by just creating mud inside. Like we could dig out the inside of this mountain, create a big sort of chamber, and like cover the bottom of it with mud, and then trees will start to grow inside. Let's get our military going here. Not that kind of BH there. Build H for container. No empty boxes and bag. Okay. They have not yet built any of our empty boxes and bags. There's the person hasn't even approved the task yet. The manager hasn't gone to approve the task. What's our manager up to? Let's see. Aban Ibaltolsid. Storing something in a barrel. What you doing, Aban? Storing an item in a barrel. Strange that they ran all the way up into that workshop and then all the way back down. Oh, they must have been going to get the cheese from the butcher shop. Strange, because it didn't look like they went to the butcher shop. Keep running up to the farm workshop. Oh, there they go. Finally made their way downstairs. Okay, now it's in the barrel. Now the manager's going for a drink. And maybe after that, the manager can improve the task so we can start making some chests and coffers. And then we can get our military going. We don't need the manager. We could just... They're going to store an item in the bin. Strange. Now they're going to harvest plants. Anybody can harvest plants. Planting seeds. Is our manager a farmer? That might be a problem. Our manager is Aban Ibaltolsid, as we saw. And clearly they are a farmer because they're going to plant seeds. And they're also a great grower. How many farmers do we have? Let's just glance over to our dwarf therapist. And we can look at how many farmers we have. So let's see, farming, growing it's called. It's actually called farming in this software. So Aban is our farmer apparently. Yeah. That seems unwise. Because the manager is somewhat busy. We need them to be approving tasks. Aban is our best farmer. So we should probably free up Aban to be a farmer. And then we can let somebody else be the manager for once. Just out of curiosity, does manager show up in this listing here? Doesn't seem to. Maybe it's in labor's full. Managing, appraising, trading. All these things. Maybe it's under roles. Attributes. Other skills? No, it doesn't seem to. That's okay. We'll just hop on back to the fortress. In-game fortress. Okay, so we're gonna have to pick a new manager. Aban is too busy planting. Could just give them a break from planting. But it makes sense to have some other dwarf do it, because there's got to be some dwarves who aren't too busy. Like Lycott, Tostudib, what are they up to? Lycott, Tostudib, where are you? There's a Lycott, but not the right Lycott. When you don't have dwarf therapists, this is what you do all the time. They're there, Mason. Oh, they're also a grower, apparently. Interesting. Because they're going to plant seeds. What about Lycott Ingus Dusim? We'll check on them in the Dwarf Therapist. We'll see if Lycottinga's Deucim is available to be the new one. They are in a crossbow squad, so not so much. There used to be a trapper. Reg Eidolon could be it. Reg is our clothier, but there's not much clothing to make. So let's make it Reg. Reg is sort of a famous dwarf, the one with the golden crutch. So that's what we'll do. We'll make Reg Eidolon be our manager. And also some other tasks, some other skills too. And even though they have no skill whatsoever, they'll get the hang of it. So we're going to replace them with Reg Eidolon, one of our favorite dwarves. There he is. And you can also be the bookkeeper. Ta-da! Now he just needs to have a chair. So we'll give him a chair. Yep, we'll give him, in fact, Aban's old chair. It's a very prestigious chair. Being right next to an artifact makes it extremely valuable. That chair is considered an opulent throne room. Looks like the squad's almost dug out there. We should just make sure that the Reg is still set to use maximum detail in his bookkeeping. Yep, he is. High precision. Not highest, but high. It seems to be enough. There's no question marks. Even with 1,000 stone. But will Reg do his task? He's going to make a cloth shirt. Of course he is. We must still have several cloth making activities scheduled. We do. Yep. There's lots of cloth shirts still to be made. Perhaps it was unwise making Reg the manager. Oh well, we'll just live with it for now. Struck Demantoid. Demantoid. Let's have a look at that. It's most likely just some unvaluable metal. Where's the Demantoid? There it is. It's a gem. Cool. We've also struck Chromite. That's a cool name. Chromite wall. It sounds like a unremarkable stone, dare we say. Chromite is a dark gray stone. Oh, according to the source of knowledge, Demantoid gemstones are valuable. And chromite can also contain native platinum. So that's somewhat cool. Somewhat cool. How's our fortress cavern endeavor going? Looks like the walls are up. So these walls should keep us secure as the dwarves travel from the upstair to the downstair. And this has been dug. This too has been dug. This pathway did reach into a cavern. So that is scary. Let's wall it off. We're not going to dig out here. Good thing the dwarves didn't try to dig out there because there's water in the way. Oops. We can look down, see how deep the water goes. It goes deep, all the way to here. It's a nice cavern, source of water and trees. We can do a lot with that if we put our dwarven minds to it. So we're going to just wall it off. Don't want to get too fancy here. Make a nice wall. And then you can go down. Yes, we shall go down deeper. Always deeper. Upstairs. At least until we get past this cavern. So there's our up. There's our across. And here is our down. And then we'll do the same thing. Up, across, another down. And then we'll go down again and do a up, and across, and down. Should we explore this floor? Let's explore this floor. Okay. Do a little side path. We can wall it off if we need to. And then just extend that out, see if it connects to anything, hoping that it doesn't. Let that run. Now, can we finally place the chests? Not yet. We shouldn't be relying on a manager, it seems like. So we'll just actually order these long-suffering dwarves to make a chest. At least then we'll have a chest going. So Mason's Workshop, coffer, not coffin. There's one. So whenever a mason feels like going to make a coffer, we'll do that. And that'll allow us to finally make a barracks. So our silver mace dwarves can begin training. Which will be very exciting. What's this green squiggle? Are you seeing this? Oh, it's part of the still. Huh, cool. Ooh, a masterpiece copper shield. Wonder if it deflects better than a regular copper shield. Clean up this spot right here. There. Has the mason made the coffer yet? They're working on it. Oh, it's actually, the task has been registered too. So that's good. Reg got around to registering the tasks. Beautiful. So within moments, we should be able to create a container. Mere moments, we say. If we're lucky. Do we have a container yet? Nope. Maybe we should make an indoor grazing field for our grazers. Because now that we've reached the caverns, we can actually just dump some water on the floor, which will make some mud, which will let us, it'll grow grass eventually, or cave moss, and then oops, we should be unpaused. All our grazing animals can graze in the safety of inside. This industrious dwarf's working away here. What have they found? Nice. And moonstone. Cool. We have not dug down any lower yet. It might be wise to dig multiple pathways down here all at once. This would let our multiple miners all mine at the same time. Graphite. And whatever this is. Black zircon. Also some nice diorite. Let's just, after this, we'll look up what kind of stone it's possible to find the stuff we want in iron, that is. Which stones produce iron? Oops, so we'll dig a little upstairs. We'll just continue going down a bit more. Eventually, we have to find something interesting. That's just the way it is. It's a little deeper. Down there. And let's do a little side passage. Actually, it's not so wise to have the side passage come right off the middle there. We'll have it come off here. Because we want to be able to cut it off with a door or with a wall if need be. If danger strikes, something awful comes from the caves. You know how that can happen. There are awful things down there sometimes. Things you just want to wall away and never see again. Now it is odd. Why have they not gotten rid of these keas skeletons? Like, they've been there for months. The dwarves haven't lugged them off to the corpse file. We have a corpses pile. Maybe corpses doesn't refer to keas? We have a refuse pile, which includes corpses. Presumably it includes giant kea. Yep, there it is, giant kea. So why have the skeletons not been carried off there? Maybe the dwarves are too busy. Too busy to clean up all the dead keas outside. It could be it. There's nothing dangerous out there at the moment, just some eaglemen and women. We do have mechanisms. We can make some traps. We can make a nice epic line of cage traps. Capture all the wayward animals. We could do a line to kind of cut just the left side in half. Although we don't often see animals walking by, they seem to stick to the mountaintops. We could just throw a couple cage traps out in front of a fort. That's usually a good, safe plan. Let's do that. Partly just for fun, and partly for safety. Safe and fun. There we go. Mechanism. Oh, right. So you just build a cage trap with a mechanism, and then the dwarfies will go load it with a cage. So we'll just build a few of these, like outside our entrance, because kind of as a stopping point for any enemies that try to come in, like goblins. Because there might be goblins eventually. We have lived here for a while now. We've been unbothered by them, but they're out there. They're coming. Possibly, maybe. So we'll remove this and remove this. Turn them back into cages that we can place. Looks good. Now the cage traps are already being built. Damp stone. That's unexpected. Must be because of this water. That's all it is. It's not an aquifer. It's just this lake. We don't want to dig into the lake by accident. Okay, so that's a good idea to stop digging there. So we shall cancel this designation. Good work, dwarves. On to the next layer. Let's see what happens once they get down to here. They'll be here in just a moment. We've created 5 large serrated copper discs. That's always good. Looks like we're striking some unremarkable metals here, or not even metals, but stone. That looks like native gold. This here is cobaltite, which is just a rock. Where does iron appear? Where does, say, limonite? Limonite appears in sedimentary layers like limestone. Okay. What about magnetite? First, let's dig some more. We'll go with our dig up and then across and down. And then we'll do another up, across, and down. And why not? One more floor down. Up, across, and down. But we won't go down there from there just yet. We'll just expand out here and see what, if anything, we run into. Just like that. Just a nice basic kind of network or grid pattern to see what's there, see what metals, hopefully finding some metals we can find. The dwarves get excited when there's like multiple different places they can dig. They'll come in and dig away. Magnetite's also found in sedimentary layers. And the final one, which we also would like to find, would be hematite, which is also found in sedimentary or igneous extrusive layers. So we don't really know if we're going to be able to find sedimentary layers. Typically fluxstone should be found in sedimentary layers, but we have not found any. Although we have found fluxstone, it's not been in that kind of layer. So we were unfortunately not given any iron by the all too kind dwarven gods. Struck almandine. Struck native gold. What kind of rock is this? Diorite. Orthoclase. So is marble not sedimentary? No, it's not. It's the only metamorphic fluxstone. Nice. Not really. Okay, so then we go, we may as well dig a little deeper while we're down here. Deep in the mines. How deep underground are we? Boy, we're pretty far. But we could be farther. So we'll do an upstairs. It's unclear. This humble dwarf does not really know about geology or like patterns of where different types of stone layers might be found in Dwarf Fortress or in life. So we're just kind of digging, taking shots in the dark, hoping to find something good, but it would seem that there's not much of a possibility because so far we've just found basically more of the same. We are finding some interesting different gems, but yeah, see just more orthoclase, mica, native gold. We found lots of native gold. If native gold was good for weapons and armor specifically, we'd be happy. We've got silver, we can make good maces. But we just don't have the right materials to make good armor. So that's something we've been working on. Trying to get. Digging away. So we're now going to work to satisfy the noble. We just placed another chest in their room, the mayor's room. They've got, what is that? That would be an armor stand. No, that's a weapon rack. They've got a weapon rack. They need an armor stand. So we'll place that in the other room. Kind of spread out the gold items across the two rooms. And we should place them a table to make this a dining room officially. Even if it doesn't look like much of a dining room, not a bed. Place a chair there just out of courtesy. Place a table in their office as well. And that's just about enough for them. Just their bedroom, this noble up here, Bob. We could put something valuable in their room, perhaps, to make their bedroom more appealing. How about a cabinet? Gold cabinet. Indeed. Okay, we'll let all those items be placed, and then we'll see if Thob is happy. It looks like we're out of cloth, so there's a giant cave toad. There's even a named giant cave toad. Okay, we'll deal with the cloth first. We'll just cancel all these cloth things. And then we'll go check out these cave toads. Oh, there they are. In the water. Stone fancied. The giant cave toad. Scary. A named cave toad is one that has gotten kills. Guskashnefek. Just out of curiosity, are these different genders? They are. Are cave toads good for breeding? Giant cave toad? Let's ask the wizard. They are large. They can be used as exotic mounts. They can destroy buildings, which is terrifying. They can be a good meat industry, yes, and they're not grazers, so it would seem like potentially a good venture to place some cage traps down in at the entrance where we'd walled this off. So what we'd want to do would be to unwall it, or else put them in. No, we can't do it there because water will just flood in. So we should have placed this wall like over here, and then we could put some cage traps behind it, remove the wall, build another wall, and be sort of safe while still getting access to those cave toads. Because if we could just get both those cave toads to run into a trap, we could tame them. We could start using those to breed instead of using pigs. Although you can't milk cave toads, so maybe it's not as good as pigs. We'll stick with the pork industry for now. I haven't yet slaughtered a pig, but we will want to do that soon. This is the deepest we've mined right now. Native gold. Oh, what's this layer? That's a new symbol. Oops. It's a white line. Cryolite. Oh, we're out of logs again. Boy, we've really taken care of the forests. And by taking care of them, we mean cut them down. Maybe we should start an indoor forest. We can have like a gigantic mining project. Have the miners create a huge domed room inside here to serve as a kind of forest room. Like it could fill like this whole mountain. That could be fun. Maybe we'll put that as a project for next session. For now, let's get these military training. We've got their barracks is ready to be made into a barracks. Just have to do that, make it a little bigger. There, it's the barracks. It's going to be assigned to the Shining Bashers. They can now train there. There's a bit more that we need to do. We need to go into the squads, go to the Shining Bashers, and set them as active. And finally, we might want to give them a chance to actually take a break sometimes. So we can either set their orders to not always require all eight training. As you can see, we have train 8 minimum. That's one way to do it. Or we can give them off 2 months off a year, something like that. So like we can give them off Obsidian and Galena to just go into town and party. Either way works. We'll do that for now because it's a bit easier. So cancel that order on the Shining Bashers and then cancel this order. So they had last month off, so they're going to work for the next 6 months training. Or rather the current month and the next 4 months. And then they'll have a month off and then 5 months on, etc. So with that, they should all be set to work, and when we unpause, we should see some dwarves becoming recruits. Seagun Gidthir Rimtar Leatherworker has been missing for a week. That is ominous. What is Seagun Gidthir Rimtar's business? They're a miner. But they're not assigned to mining. They're mostly just a leather worker, a skilled leather worker. And pottery and blacksmithing, at least they were. Seagun, where are you? What could have happened to them? They're no longer on the list. They're dead / missing. Did they tangle with some beast outside? There's nothing too scary out there, just some turkeys. They wouldn't have been eaten by a giant kea. Maybe we can check the combat reports. Oh, they're fighting. They fought the giant cave toad. Oh no. Oh no. That's terrifying. How did we not notice this? It must have just been missed in the many things that popped up. Looks like they didn't have a good time of it. Gruesome wounds. Well, perhaps it's better that they stay missing. The dwarves don't have to know about it. We're going to have a slab engraved for them. What a tragic turn of events. We've lost our first dwarf. What are the chances they survived? Cave toads aren't even visible anymore. This is why you don't dig down to the mine, to the caverns, that is. Where, Seagun? Where are you? There's red. Is that their blood? Dwarf blood. Yep. That's just clay. Pool of their blood. Pool. This is it. We found the corpse. What was Seagun doing down there? It's horrible. We don't even know where those toads went. Somehow Seagun must have been, maybe what happened was Seagun walled off the passage, but then walled himself on the wrong side of it. That's most likely what happened. And then they wandered out and somehow they got across all this water. Maybe they swam, maybe they were running in fear from those cave toads. Well, we shall need to set up a slab. Seagun has died, our first death, and it's a rather dramatic one. We'll need to set up a slab for them so they don't come back as a ghost and haunt us. Well, good thing we got those caverns sealed up. Maybe. Cassiterite, that's tin. We can make bronze. That's something. Let's mine that out. Okay. Well, we can end with this tragic moment and with a message of hope. All these dwarves becoming warriors at the bottom. We can call them Seagun's Avengers. They can go and bash that cave toad or catch it or something. We can start growing trees inside. Start moving more of our dwarven life inside. Get away from the nasty outside, where there can be all kinds of bad things. Oh, let's just see if these dwarves will come and train as a last happy little conclusion. Wow. Oh, yeah, okay. That was scary. This humble dwarf's heart skipped a beat, seeing another dwarf fighting, but this was just the Kia battle. Yes, only one was claimed by the toad. Only one. One too many, but what can you do? Gotta have some losses. We have 66 citizens. And our bold and brave dwarves are ready to battle for the next time. Keep Onolzaphon safe. It's grown. We've got instruments. Look, someone's even playing one. How happy. Right there. Dagil, Bimakos, the trader. What are they playing? The Danman, a favorite. And the only instrument we've built. Well, it's looking pretty good. It's this humble dwarf's first time ever reaching the caverns, and it went about as well as could be expected. We had one dwarf eaten by giant cave toads. So let's just hop into the object testing arena and get some juicy revenge after this world saves. We can spawn our own cave toad. We can spawn a dwarf with the, maybe we'll go with all copper. Loading in. Here we go. Spawning a creature. We'll give it all the skills just to keep things simple and fair so that they don't miss every attack, basically. And then we'll go cave toad, giant cave toad. One giant cave toad versus one dwarf. Let's see what a dwarf can do when they're equipped. So we'll give them new item. How about just copper? Let's actually try it with copper, because copper is what our dwarves are equipped with right now. Oops, we just cleared their skills. Definitely want them to have all the skills, so we'll just reassign the skills quickly. Should probably make a macro for that. Add a new effect, which will be headwear, our new item, copper helm, and N. Copper gauntlets, and copper high boots. That is, don't want to type N, we want to choose copper high boots and then press N. And then leg wear, copper greaves, copper shield, and one more item, the weapon of our dwarves equipment, a silver mace. Great. Here we go. For sea gun. Let's see what happens. They're battling. Oh no, the dwarf is bled to death. Well, that's not very encouraging. Let's see what happened. 5 pages of combat. Let's see if the dwarf got any good hits in. They bruised the muscle, tore apart the skin. So maybe we don't want to use maces against these toads. Yeah, it looks like the cave toad did a lot better than the dwarf. Well, we know that, because the dwarf died. The cave toad grabbed the dwarf by the head. Usually what that means is that the dwarf would have been knocked unconscious. Let's see, the dwarf missed the toad, shaking it around by the arm. Shaking it around by the arm. And then it bit the head and shook around by the head. Okay, well that's something all right. Let's create another dwarf. This time, instead of a silver mace, we'll give them a copper axe. Copper battle axe. Okay, oops, we didn't create them. We'll just create them, put them on a side to make it a little more clear. Equipment's right. Okay, this time, avenge him. The dwarf is already tired, but oh, the cave toad went down quickly. Let's see the combat this time. Blocked. The dwarf actually fell over almost right away. Attacked multiple times, but then hit it in the leg, lodged in the wound. And then hacked and hacked. Good, that's more like it. So we'll do one more battle. Let's try 2 dwarves with axes against a fresh cave toad, and just to make sure. These are copper battle axes. There's nothing we can't manage. Just in case we have to, if it comes to it. Really, we'd rather catch the cave toad and use it against our enemies. Even ride them into battle. That'd be cool. But for now, let's do a cave toad against 2 dwarves with axes. Oops, they're on the same team. What do you do in that case? Just start over. So we'll go over here. We'll replace them. Okay, create a creature. Cave toad, yep. And then we'll create another creature and make sure to change the team. Okay, there's side 3. So we go dwarf. Oh no, the toad's gonna be wearing armor. Oh, let's see how that goes anyway. Okay, so an armored toad against 2 dwarves with the same armor. That was easy. I made short work of it. First it bit a dwarf, causing some injury, bruising the spine. The toad's copper boots deflected the axe, or the punch. But then the axe bit home into the fat and lodged. And they hacked it in the head, but it was deflected by the cave toad's copper helmet. And then they hacked it some more. The cave toad gave into pain and fell over. A fitting end. That toad had to die in revenge for our poor Seagun, who got lost in the cavern and was still missing a week later. We found their body. The dwarves haven't found it. But we will place a slab for them. There's no getting them back. We may still catch those toads. And then we can torture them or train them as we like. And for now, we'll just, do a nice little happy conclusion. Create a happy little dragonfly woman. Not just kidding, a dragon. And that's game. Well, to anybody who's watching, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. It's been fun, and hopefully you enjoyed it as much as this humble dwarf did. Maybe we'll see you next time.